Welcome to the show. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Welcome to the show.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. How's everybody on this fine, lovely, beautiful Monday morning? This is Honeybee's here. What's up, Honeybee? Welcome, welcome. Scott is here. Hello. I'm up and ready to go. All right. That is awesome. Let's go. All right. Angela's here. I just put on my biggest gold rings and stood behind sheer curtains to watch this today. I appreciate that, Angela. Like I said, I jumped off an entire roof to get here and broadcast this for you guys today. I'm glad to hear you guys are doing some fun stuff to do. Walked in front of the camera to be the patsy of the event of the century to view this today. Loving it. Loving it. AC is here. What's up, AC? Charlotte's here. All right, all right. Good morning, everybody. So I figured I would start us up a little bit early, just because, I want to be able to find everything and keep us on track. I'm trying to keep us on track. Okay, it's gonna be a long ass day. It's gonna be a long ass day. Right before this, I was watching Kelly Raybon. She actually was standing outside the courtroom. The problem is she was experiencing this issue because the problem is they're not allowing any type of electronics into the courtroom at all. You couldn't have a cell phone, couldn't have a laptop, couldn't have anything. And she wanted to kind of show what was going on outside the courtroom. However, they let people in about a half an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes ago. They were letting the people who were going to be, sitting there for the trial. I heard they used to, on all other trials, they let about, I think they said somewhere were like 70 or 80 people in. However, today they only were allowing, I think it was 14 people into the courtroom to, view what was going on. And Kelly was going to go in, but she wanted to kind of get the lay of the land and see who all was going to show up and try to get some footage of everybody getting there. She couldn't do both. So she decided to stand outside. We're going to take a look at what she's got going on. She just saw Charlie Kirk's parents walking into the courtroom. We're going to take a look at that. And yeah, we're just going to kind of skip around until it starts and see what everybody else is, doing. See if anybody else is outside. I think she saw Brandy. I think it's Brandy Cicilline outside as well. And I guess there's going to be a couple other YouTubers out there this week. I don't know who all will be there, but it seemed like a pain because they're only allowing a few people into the courtroom. So, and if you're in the courtroom, you can't broadcast anything. You basically have to take notes and then, come outside and kind of try to remember everything you saw and tell your audience. And then, you're not allowed to leave the courtroom at any time for any reason. It's a whole lot to actually be in the room. So this, I think, is better. We're just going to sit here. We're going to chill out. We're going to watch. We're going to see what happens. But yeah, one of the most shocking political assassinations in modern American history is now heading into its first major courtroom showdown. Today marks day one of the preliminary hearing for the Charlie Kirk unaliving case. We'll hopefully be covering this entire hearing, which is supposed to, expected to last about 5 days. We don't know if it will. We'll just have to wait and see. Now, if it gets too boring, we will look at some other things and chat about other things. Maybe look at other news, so, peruse X, that kind of thing. See what other people are, saying in their coverage. And also, to take it up a notch, I decided that I'll be allowing all my channel members and my Club Watcher members to actually access the stream link to join me on camera to weigh in with their thoughts and comments. So if it gets slow and we have some time in the break in the courtroom and that type of thing, I will be posting the link for those guys to join us and, chat a little bit. I think I'll give everyone 5 minutes to kind of just chat and talk about their thoughts or whatever. If anybody does want to, join, I will leave the link in the communities tab for the channel members. They'll be able to see it once I post it. So yeah, we'll, be breaking throughout the stream to allow them a chance to hop on and chat and stuff like that. And I will leave a link. I think it'll be fun. It'll be fun to hear from you guys if you want to, come out here and join. Now I'll do voice only, so you guys don't have to feel weird about, being on camera. You could just come up with voice only and chat if you'd like. So, anyways, this hearing is actually for prosecutors to lay out their full case for the world to see, and the judge will then decide if there's enough evidence to move forward and prosecute Tyler Robinson for unaliving Charlie Kirk. So this week could decide whether Tyler Robinson goes straight to a full unaliving trial with the death penalty on the table. So stick with me as we dive into this coverage. You don't want to miss a single update, so make sure you set your notifications to all. Hit that thumbs up, guys. It really helps get the stream out there. And of course, we want to share the stream out there. We're trying to hit 1 million subscribers by like the weekend. So hopefully, the more you hit the like and the more you talk about it, the more people will see it, and maybe the more people will join. So welcome everybody to the state of Utah versus Tyler Robinson, day 1 of the preliminary hearing. Okay. And I want to take a look because I already see, I want to show you guys Charlie's parents and that coming in. And let's see, that is from Kelly. So let me pull that up. And she is live, but I paused it right when this was happening because I wanted to show you guys. Let me do it this way. I don't know. Also guys, the vertical live stream is also going on in vertical. So if you're seeing me in a little strip right here, you want to go to the other stream. The link is in the description. The very first thing in the description says link to full screen live stream. Hit that link and you'll be taken over to this, bigger screen live stream. We'll be in full screen here. And also it's pinned in the chat. So you shouldn't have to, look around for it. Just go look at the top or the bottom. It should be pinned right there, and come over and join the full screen so we can see things a little bit better. Okay. But I wanted to broadcast both because sometimes people find it through the shorts feed, right? All right, so here we have Kelly. She is doing a stream called Stakeout Stream, where she was just outside of the courtroom. Like I said, she was having some trouble deciding whether she wanted to go in or stay outside or what. And she decided today she's going to stay outside, stake everything out and see what the hell's going on. And then tomorrow she'll try to get in. Now, if you do want to get into something like this, you have to be there early as hell because there are only like 14 people in there or something like that. It was like 14 or 16. So dude, she's gonna have to get there at like 5 a.m. and just stand there for 4 hours waiting. You know what I'm saying? Let's hear what she has to say.
That it's a shorter day in court. So my understanding is that we'll be starting at 1 o'clock on Wednesday.
Okay.
Hey, Christy,
Good to know.
Are there any protesters? Not that I have seen. I don't want to leave my backpack. Hold on. Oh. Sorry, it's kind of a pain for me to reverse the camera around.
Here we go. This is where she sees Charlie's parents coming in. Look at all the media outside. So much media. Looks like a clone of Erika there. I don't know who that was. Maybe it's one of her clones. Maybe it's one of Erika's clones, like the nice one. I don't know. Not sure. I think she has some clones, so maybe that's one of her clones.
I don't know. Do we know who that was?
No idea.
Nobody even
Can they
knows who
wear
that
name
is.
tags, please? Can we have an announcement, like a red carpet?
Now, don't forget, guys, that there are other courtrooms in this building. So there could be people, going to just another, she could be there for a parking ticket for all we know. It might not have anything to do with this particular trial. I don't know who that was. We'll probably see them, though, when they start up the live broadcast in court. We might see, maybe there's somebody sitting up front. We'll be able to see who they are.
No.
I couldn't tell who it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at all that media.
Well, I guess we don't know who that was.
all that gear they have, and Kelly's doing just as good of a job with her cell phone. You know what I mean?
Oh, you said it. You couldn't tell if real or cut out. Oh my gosh.
It didn't cut out for me. I don't know. That lady has a whole ass luggage.
To me, it looked like someone who could have possibly been like Charlie's sister or something. I don't know why I was thinking that she had blonde hair, but again, I don't know. I think it's been ages since I've seen a photo
Iowa
of
in
her.
the house. Welcome in. Yeah, where are
And it
you
was
guys
an old
all
photo.
tuning in
Christy
from?
the
Let me
14
know.
already went inside.
Could be her double. Yeah.
I know,
It seemed
Scotty. We
though
haven't
like it
seen you in
was
a while.
that the blonde woman was the young
She keeps like cutting a little staticky.
the quote unquote person, because I saw the older woman put her arm
She should get a
behind.
Starlink. She should get a Starlink and take it with her. Just put it right by her, plug it right in the side of the building or something. Put it in her backpack.
Okay. Well, you guys, I'm not gonna just walk up to him.
Tim,
while
there
he's
was
on
just some girl running. Where was she running off to?
while we're on a live stream. I don't think. But I will ask him. Because, you know, we all know that's a really dicey question.
Because we learned that, well, we didn't learn the lesson on the one spaces,
Let's see.
but that's just an example of
Okay, I
how
don't know.
not-
People are kind of moving one direction now.
I want to
Oh,
see
I
where his
see.
parents came in. It was right
There's
around.
Brandy and Teresa. They both are podcasters.
Yeah, there's other
Brandy
podcasters
has
there.
the red bag right there, the red tote bag.
Oh yeah, here comes
And then
Charlie's
Teresa is
parents. They're
standing
coming
next
out
to
soon.
her. It's funny when you see people that you see online and then you kind of meet them in person. It feels like you know.
I know for the Diddy trial, they actually got some of the YouTubers got into the trial as media. They were called new media. And so they signed up to get in that way. I don't know that they can do that here, but you know, that would give them a little bit more seed. You know, they counted the media as separate, you know, so they had so many people just for like the whatever the audience is called, and then they had more people in for what they called media. And because YouTube is like new, it's actually new media. They called it new media, and they were actually given press passes for the hearing. And I'm wondering if they could do something like that here. But I think Brandy looked into that and said they were not giving separate things for media, which I didn't understand, because they're going to be broadcasting this somehow with the media. So I don't know.
Folks, I need you not to encroach on my location here, please.
That's Charlie's parents coming in.
Yeah, I don't know why Stacy Sheridan would be there.
Hey guys, this is Charlie's parents.
And they're saying that blonde right there is Stacy Sheridan with Charlie's parents.
And Stacey
Some tattooed guy. I don't know who that is.
Sheridan,
Why is she
Maybe security?
with him?
short blonde hair.
What?
Sheridan, I assume she still is, but is with Turning Point USA.
I thought Stacy got fired from Turning Point USA. I thought she got let go because of that whole weird money situation that was going on. So I really don't know, but I don't know why she would be with Charlie's parents. That's a little weird. Yeah, that looked like Erika Kirk's doppelganger. Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if she was struck by lightning walking in? Remember, they were at that college campus and it got struck by lightning. And Andrew Colvett tried to say it was the protesters, and you know, God struck them down with lightning. However, I have a different theory. I think he tried to strike Erika that day. Watching from England. All right, Oregon in the house, Texas here. I love it. I love it. I was on JLR, so different with people who know nothing about the case. I know where you are, my love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Right. Good to see you as well. New Hampshire. Okay, nice. Nice. Angela's making breakfast right now. All right. Let's see. Oh, JLR has the Fed sloppers on his channel. Uh-oh. Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out what the hell's going on. Oh, goodness. Yeah, speaking of Victor Marks, did they get that primary yet? Did he win the primary yet? Is someone here from Russia? Did I miss the Russia? Oh, Russia here. All right. That is awesome. We always get the best places and we always have the best chat. All right. Cheesy Brass says, guess who's back? This guy right here. All right. Nice, nice. Yeah, welcome, Russia. That's freaking awesome. All right. We also had a little thing from Fox News where I suppose Charlie's parents actually made a statement. Okay. So Matt Finn here posted Erika Kirk and Charlie Kirk's family released a joint statement ahead of the preliminary hearing. In On behalf of Charlie Kirk's immediate family, his parents, Robert and Catherine, his wife, Erika, and his sister, Mary, they say Charlie was a beloved husband, son, brother, friend, and father. Every court proceeding serves as a painful reminder of his death and the loss that was irrevocably impacted our lives and the lives of his children. We remain deeply grateful for the support, prayers, and kindness we have received. This outpouring has sustained us during the darkest days of our lives. Out of respect for the judicial process, we will not be commenting further at this time. We ask for continued privacy as we navigate this process and immense grief. And it's a stark difference from what Turning Point USA has been out here posting in regards to the case, in regards to the hearing, in regards to Tyler Robinson. I mean, now they want to get in on Charlie's parents. Really lovely message to people, right? His sister and his wife Erika. They get his whole family and his wife Erika, and they put this really nice, out of respect for the judicial process. Meanwhile, Turning Point USA has not, in my opinion, been respecting the judicial process as they're out here, running their mouths and getting even the vice president in on immediately saying that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And I just, I find it disturbing when we can just toss out the entirety of the judicial system and say, F it, he's guilty. Because, if this was, look, it could very well be exactly what they're saying it is. It could be, a lot of things could have went wrong. I don't know. It could be anything. Didn't Wolves in Finance do a video with all the different theories that it could be? And so there's a lot of theories going on out there. We really don't know what the hell happened. None of us were there. None of us actually know anything. We're all just sitting here trying to figure it out together, right? And so just to toss that out, one of the theories is that, Tyler Robinson is a Fed patsy. He's a patsy for the feds. And if that's the case, it can happen to anyone, any one of us. Any one of us. And to throw out the judicial system is ridiculous because lots of people get arrested for all kind of different reasons. And if we're going to start just saying F it, we don't care about a trial, well, when your family member or a friend, good friend, or you yourself ends up behind bars one day, you're going to really wish you didn't think that way. You're going to really wish you never said that, So I think it's just disturbing people just toss it out like that. Don't really care. Don't really give a shit, So let's see if I can find I did. I bookmarked the actual trial. Channel, I believe. Let's see. Where did I put it? Oh, right here. Okay. Court calendar. Court TV. I think it's on right on Court TV. Yes, live hearing. All right. They're set to start in 5 minutes with the live hearing on Court TV. You're going to be broadcasting that plenty of places. Let's see how far Kelly got along here. Okay. She only got this little snippet here, and then she was going to go back to her hotel and come back on a live stream just to kind of chat about things, because this is really all she can get this morning is the activity outside the courthouse, basically, which I'm glad for it. I'm glad she did go out and get that. I'm glad she did go out and get this, a little bit outside the courtroom so we can see what's going on, so we can see what's happening. And I don't think she saw Erika and them coming in at all. I will let it play on mute a little bit just to see if we can see if anybody else ends up showing up out there. Well, lots of media. Yeah, Kelly gonna have to get herself a little baby tripod. Or I guess she's going into the trial tomorrow so that she won't really need to be filming any of this. She won't be able to. She won't be able to film any of this stuff tomorrow. New Zealand in the house. All right. Yeah, thank goodness Blake with her. I guess Blake and Blake and Andrew are going to be, weighing in on things as well, and they're going to have like a little sesh after the trial, after the hearing, to just chat about things. And I really think that's going to be hilarious. I think that's going to be too funny. I really do. Listening to those idiots. Wonder who those people were. Let's see. That was his parents there.
And Stacey Sheridan.
I want to see who came
Why
in
is
after
she
them.
with him?
Short blonde hair.
Oh, they had military there too, guys. When she first got there, she saw a bunch of military people there as well. So they really have this shit like, I mean, I guess everything is something else. They very dangerous, I guess. They got a mountain of evidence. We're gonna find out. Blake had 2 meltdowns over alley top files. Is that, you mean Blake Bednar, Scotty? Blake is a meltdown. You must mean Blake Bednar's, I think. Unless Blake Neff is out here commenting on that. Okay, I thought so.
What?
Sheridan, I assume she still is, but is with Turning Point USA.
That's crazy.
Let's see, some more suits. But yeah, Stacey is with Giving, Giving
Who's
with
the
the
financial
fundraising,
donation lady?
primary fundraising arm of T.
I wonder if Stacy is still at TPUSA. I'm gonna ask Grok because I thought she was let go. Oh, I guess she is. She's still employed with TPUSA. She serves as the Senior Advancement Director or Senior Director of Development. I thought I could have sworn they did something. What was that? Hold on. There was some issue with money, I thought. They got rid of her. Or they Maybe they didn't. Maybe they don't care. Potential conflict of interest in self-dealing through her for-profit companies. I see. She received a base salary from TPUSA plus commissions and fees via her LLCs. Critics argued that this allowed her to be paid multiple times for the same work. Salary as an employee to solicit donors, additional payments to her companies for fundraising services, and lack of full transparency in tax filings. I see. Wow. That's great. That's great. So they still have her employed, even though, some shady-ish going on. All right. Well, Court TV is starting, so I'm going to tune us in over there and see what's going to happen here. All right. I'm going to bookmark this one. Get rid of it. Oh, wait. Nothing yet. We're just waiting. Okay, there we go. Bookmark that. And get rid of Grok. Yeah, going to be pretty crazy. Let's see. People were digging up some financial fraud connected to her and TPSA, but we're here to do the Doge, right? Yeah. That's wild. That's wild to me. They're just like, wow, whatever. All right, West Australia in the house. All right. I love it. I'll tell you what, anybody from Australia, I tip my hat to you guys, because you literally live in a country that where everything wants to kill you. Everything wants to kill you. You could get attacked by a wild kangaroo, like a spider. You could be laying down to go to bed and a giant spider's under your pillow, waiting for you to lay your head down so it can eat you. Like, Australians are no joke, okay? They are beasts. Yeah, somebody did. I mean, I assume it's Erika because she's the head of TPUSA, right? I just assume she's the one who decided to put a stop to it. You know what I mean? Australians unbanned candidate. Tennessee in the house. All right. All right. Yeah, we got people from everywhere. We end up having the best chat, the most diverse chat ever. The absolute best. Victor Marks retooling is the art of moving problems to more convenient locations. Australia has the craziest bugs. The Aussies are so strong. I know they are. They are no joke. I have a couple of good friends that live in Australia, and the one, he always sends me shorts of people in Australia doing the craziest stuff with the animals. The one guy is standing there and a lizard climbs up his leg and jumps on his head. And it's like puts out its things and stuff, and he's like, what the hell? The one always does spiders. Oh, everything over there. The one showed a guy fighting a wild kangaroo. He was just going to the store and he comes out and there's a kangaroo standing outside the store and just starts trying to fight him. I was like, dude, what? Upstate New York. All right. Welcome, welcome. We're just waiting for the live hearing to begin. Just BSing. Oh, what time is it for anybody? It is 11 a.m. for me. At first, I put this stream up and I made it for 8 a.m. because I'm thinking that's when it starts. And I'm like, wait a minute, because it was so early. I'm like, wait a minute, that's Utah time. I got to fix this. Then I had to move it up a little bit. Then I made it for just 11. And then I'm thinking, well, I want to start it a little bit early because I want to see what's going on, see if we can see what's going on outside the courthouse, etc. So I bumped it back to 10:30. But I like had to change it twice. It's crazy. So it was an early morning. I've been up since 4 a.m. 4 a.m. So it's like pretty much late afternoon for me. I went out and I walked and jogged a little bit and tried to get some of my steps in for the day because I'm gonna be sitting in this damn chair all day with this hearing, and I thought I gotta do something. So I feel like I had a whole day already. I feel like it's almost like dinner time. Awakening, I don't know. I think it might be. I think it might be. We're gonna find out. We're gonna see a little bit more about how this judge acts and get a little better taste for him to see. But I mean, he already said that they couldn't cross-examine Lance Twiggs in this little hearing they're having here, which I find really troubling. But everything that judge does that where he screws stuff up and he decides to be in, not he doesn't want to be impartial, that just opens the door for an appeal, a mistrial, So he's stupid if he does any of that. He should just remain impartial and do his job. But I don't know. 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. All right. Yeah, it's yes, God. Yeah. 3 a.m. Oh my gosh. Well, I am so glad you are awake for it, Mark. Yeah, it is weird that so much evidence was destroyed right away. Literally ignored, destroyed. They're like, oh, we don't see that. We didn't see that. I don't see it. I don't see it. Like getting rid of the whole scene of the crime. Like dug it up and just literally disposed of it. Crazy. All right, 4 p.m. We got 4 p.m., 8 a.m. 8 and your birthday. Oh my God, happy birthday, California. California Karma, happy birthday to you. I hope you have a wonderful day today and get some good presents. I think when you get older like our age, you should get presents for your birthday. I think we should get them more than kids should get them. We deserve some nice stuff. I mean, it's already sad enough we get older. We should at least get presents so it takes the sting away. 7 p.m. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I appreciate every single one of you guys for joining in today.
Good morning. Court is now in session.
All right, we're in session, bitch.
Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson.
Why is this so
Counsel, can you
low?
enter your appearances, please?
Chad Vermander, Ryan McBride, David Sturgeon, State, Mr. Jeff Gray, County Attorney, Chris Ballard are also present.
Good morning.
Why does our audio
Your
suck?
Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erika Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right, second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectern?
All right, there's a couple different ones that are streaming. I'm gonna check a couple other
My
ones
microphone,
too.
There we go. Now it's
See if
back
I can
on.
hear it better.
Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting
Ah.
and proceeding according to the decorum.
This one might be a
All
little
right, and
better.
Have you had a chance to fully review the court's
Hang
standing
on.
decorum order?
I have, sir.
Let me switch. This one's low too. What are they doing on are they doing this shit on purpose or what? This is wild.
Require additional time to review the order or to adjust the
This one's
equipment
super
to
low,
ensure
too.
compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate it.
This is rude as hell. Let me go back to this one. This
System.
one's at least
Having
louder.
considered the motions before the court.
And
the
let me
request
go
to
see.
permit
There's another one
representatives of the
streaming.
news media
Let's see
to
if
use
that one's
portable
any better.
electronic devices
Ah,
during
this
the
one's real
preliminary
good. Hang
hearing
on,
is
guys.
respectfully denied
Right here.
by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented
Much
in the
better.
motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from everyone, and the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case, or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday, when we will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out, that they're just going to come to the lectrum, so. Okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, yes or no questions, well, the parties have entered their appearances and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule. And Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum, as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, we anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, and your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull
She looks
are permitted
miserable.
to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude, I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
Before it's
Novak.
too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? That there are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct, Mr. Novak's correct, we did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, whether it be by way of video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and your honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor.
Oh, fuck that. That should all be broadcast. We should see every
Again,
single
the court
thing.
spent a bit of time
It's
weighing
fucking
what
public
should be
hearing.
done, where
Are you
the
kidding me?
monitor should be placed.
This dude's
to,
such a piece of crap.
Accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom.
Wow.
Any questions that I can address from either side, or clarification needed, or thoughts that you wish to share?
No, I think I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Grunander, as it relates to that,
Bullshit.
are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Idiots. We need to find ourselves a
Not real
TV
soon,
and bring it in
but
because we
today
didn't do
certainly I would
that.
anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll
Yeah,
be
I
the
believe
first
the
witness.
police, right?
The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumoina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge. I
Okay.
do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So,
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible.
Well, and I
So
forgot
let's
to
take a
put the
brief
TV
break to
here.
allow the placement of that monitor,
Wow.
a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
one quick question, Judge, for council's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and
Okay.
that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor. Because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors. But I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So
No
if you
shit.
have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's seeing. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form, and so we will be using the easel, I think that's just
Okay.
over by the jury box.
All right.
And he
Thank you,
didn't
Mr.
say hello to
Grunander.
Charlie's
Before we
parents
break, I do
either.
wish to remind the parties that this is a
least not
preliminary
that I
hearing.
heard.
It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Well, let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35, and we'll resume court at that time. Thank you.
Unreal. Unbelievable. Unbelievable douches. Wow. Just wow. I get it. I understand if it's like potentially extra, I don't know, gory, or if it's extra gross or whatever. But this is a public hearing. Everything should be public. And if you decide you don't want to see it, you turn it off, you blur it out, whatever, you don't watch. But it's a public hearing. I don't understand that. I mean, I don't know if how is that allowed? How is that allowed for them to say, like, we're not gonna show you guys, all this stuff, or that's just, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't think they should make anything not for the public in a public trial. It's like they start this and yeah, it should be public. Yeah. Has anybody ever heard of this before, where they're just like, we're not going to show you all the evidence. We're just going to make sure you don't see this stuff. Yeah. Where is Barron? We need his take on this. Barron, what say you? Yeah, everybody at that trial just wants to go home. How about they're not allowed to shake their head? They're not allowed to be like, or shame. They're not allowed to even shake their heads. The people in the audience aren't allowed to shake their heads. Now, how do you think that's going to go over? Because that's like an involuntary thing that you do. When you hear things, you move your body. How are you supposed to stop doing that? I mean, I think that's just another, they call it court decorum, but I don't know that I've ever heard you're not allowed to nod your head. And I feel like it's just another they're going to be using that to be able to just toss people out if they feel like it. Like, oh, you know what? You got to get the hell out of here because you were nodding your head. That's not allowed. And yeah, he came in and he said hello to Erika Kirk. And or what did he say? Something like, I want to acknowledge the presence of Miss Erika Kirk, and then never said anything about Charlie's parents. I mean, could you imagine? That's your listen. Any of you out there who have kids, you completely understand this. Look, it doesn't matter if your kids are married. It doesn't matter if they have a significant other. That's your baby. That's always your baby, no matter how old they get. You know, that's still your baby boy. Could you imagine that being your son and his nasty bitch of a wife? And the judge is like, I see the what? Like, I see you there, Erika. I see you there, Erika. Like, okay, she didn't show up for any of the other shit, so what, we're making it a big deal like she's here today? Yeah, that's true. She's supposedly the victim. You're right, Kate. That's true. She is filing as the victim. I feel so bad for his parents. Yeah, Awakening, I feel bad for his parents. I really do. I do. Yeah, this is a public unaliving. Why would this not be transparent? It really is upsetting when they do this stuff. Okay. Kate says he recognized Tyler's a suspect and then her's the victim. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I just yeah, they were married 4 years. That's true. They were married 4 years. And Krista, if you want to switch over to the full version, full screen version, I know it's full screen right now, but when I put the court hearing up, it shrinks so small over there on the vertical. And Karen, also, if you guys want to come over to the bigger live stream and Awakening too, there is a link right in the chat, or I mean right in the description of the video. You'll see it should be lit up as blue. If you click that, it'll bring you over to the bigger screen, the bigger screen version. It's a whole lot better to see the actual court hearing come up because I make it full screen over here, and you just got to turn your phone to see it full screen. So if you want to switch, I'm trying to make it, and it's also pinned in the chat. I think I pinned the link in the chat too, if you guys want to switch over. That way you're in the bigger chat too, because you can't see what everybody's chatting other than down here on this little thing here, but there's a whole other chat going on the other screen. I just did both because sometimes people find the channel on the vertical side. Mark, you too, if you want to hit that link, it'll bring you to the bigger screen. But yeah, it's a little bit better on this version here, just to see everything, because once I put the court hearing back up, it kind of, you'll see it full screen. I hate how they have it set up on the vertical though, because you can't control the layout separately when you're doing this. You can only control like one layout for both, so you have to find something that works for both, but it never works so good for the vertical. I can't believe Court TV could not hit, their audio sucked. That was Court TV we were watching at first. That really sucked. I couldn't believe that. I could barely hear anything. I was getting really pissed. I'm like, how are we gonna watch this? We're just gonna have to not watch it, I thought, because that audio was terrible. I'm glad they switched us over here though. I'm very, very excited to see what evidence they actually have. I do have a feeling though that this is definitely going to go to trial. I think this is going to go to trial. I think they're going to present this, and the judge is going to take those photographs of a cell phone message that isn't like the actual metadata, the actual phone with the actual message. I think he's going to take all that evidence as real evidence, and I think he's going to put it, I think he's going to rule to keep it going. But a jury, especially a younger jury, like, anyone under probably 50 would be pretty adamant about seeing those actually in real, like the real information. You know what I mean? Because nobody wants to see a picture of a message. That's not evidence. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let's see. It looks like something's happened. This These guys here have been bobbing the camera around for 10 minutes. I'm glad I didn't have it up. You would all got seasick. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I think they have it muted too on their end. I'll keep the volume up while we're talking. 11:30 p.m. in Western Australia. Allegedly. Welcome in Painful Truth. Yeah. I agree, Kate. I think he's going to. I think he's gonna take that in as like, yeah, it's cool. You know, we'll take that as real evidence. But I don't think anybody in the jury, if they are, like I said, under 50, I don't think, and especially the younger people, they're not gonna take that as that. They're gonna laugh that right on out there. They're gonna not even consider that, I would imagine. Yeah, they're a lot more skeptical. I agree, Karen. Yeah, and somebody else said also that Utah is an open carry state. It's an open carry state, and a lot of people know their firearms in Utah. They, they don't play around with fire when it comes to firearms. And so the evidence they present about the 30-06, I think that's going to be laughed out of there as well, Gary. Especially, seeing that the citizens do all, a lot of them carry firearms and know a lot about firearms, Yeah, the messages after Tyler was arrested. Yeah, that too. That as well. Yeah. Yeah, if you were put on this jury, imagine if it was you put on this jury. I mean, I know we are kind of biased, or each biased, because we've seen all this, we've been given all this information this whole time. So I realize that we are quite biased at this point, but you're put on any jury. For example, you're put on any jury and they present that type of evidence to you. I would never accept that. When I heard that they were doing that, I was sickened by that. I was like, are you kidding me? I would never accept that as evidence. If I was on a jury, there's no way. And I would make a fuss about it too. Like, we would be sitting there would be a hung jury, because I would not change my mind on that. I'd be like, no fucking way are we using that. There's no way. I mean, the stupidity. If you have it, if you have the messages, show me the messages, the real actual messages. There should be no reason that you have a photograph of that, So I find that highly suspicious, whether, like, disregarding the rest of the information we know, that's highly suspicious to me. Even if it wasn't Tyler Robinson, even I don't care who it was. If that was the evidence, I don't trust it. I wouldn't take it as evidence. Oh, thank you so much, Scotty. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, you inspired me to start my own channel. All right. I love you, Snarky B, for giving me time and advice. You really are who you say you are. Well, thank you, Scotty. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited to see your channel starting up. I think you're going to do fabulous. You have so many stories and so much information in your brain. People love that kind of thing. People absolutely love it. Most judges don't allow hearsay. Well, hopefully we'll see. What do you think this judge is gonna? You think this judge is gonna let it awakening? Let it go through, or take it as evidence? I guess you could say. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. Definitely wouldn't. Definitely wouldn't accept that. Oh, Utah allows it. Oh my gosh. Do we feel he's been paid off yet? Yeah. They probably will, because I think it's a show trial. Yeah, I think it's a show trial. I have a feeling it is. I have a feeling it is. It's like disappointing. It's disappointing. I just can't look, they're having trouble with that, putting that damn thing up, because it's been past the time they said the break was over. So they're still trying to hook up the goddamn TV. This is the shit that cracks me up. This should have been done. This should have already been done. If he thought of this ahead of time, He should have been prepared and had this put where he said he wanted it put, placed where he said he wanted it placed. And why are we sitting around now waiting for them to hook up TVs because he didn't have this done already? And he talks about decorum. You know what? As a judge and the king of the courtroom, you should have had it set up beforehand. We shouldn't be sitting here past the time we were supposed to break. Unreal. Yeah. That is so true. Anybody can say anything, doesn't make it true. Hearsay should not be allowed because it isn't proof of anything. I completely agree. I think we're going to see so much not proof here. It's all going to be not proof. Like, you know what I mean? It's all going to be shit that isn't really proof, but they're saying it's proof. Unreal. Utah is a mom state too, where the plaintiffs had money, Leo, and city connections. So this. Wow. Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Kate. I'm glad you got her back, but years is, that sucks. For a preliminary, it's like probable cause, basically. Yeah. And they said they had a whole bunch of what do you say, 4 do you say 4 witnesses, all detectives or law enforcement in some way they're going to be bringing out? I mean, at this point, I think I have no faith in the law enforcement that's going to come up and give a story about anything, to be honest. I really don't have faith in them at all. I absolutely do not. I really don't. Let's see. Actually, let's see if yeah, they're broadcasting only on a couple channels. Paramount Tactical is watching it live. Oh man, if I didn't, you think he would tag me for copyright if we watched his live stream a little bit? I want to see what that D-bag's saying so bad. I'm
Please
gonna
be
pull
seated.
it up and just keep it in the background for a minute.
Court is back in session.
He's so annoying.
Noting the presence of counsel and the parties to the state, are you ready to proceed?
He's so annoying. We're gonna check it out in a little bit.
Yes, we are, Judge, but prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates, and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing.
So, all right. Mr. McBride.
I hope it is, Karen.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. In case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward, looks like he's being brought into the courtroom. All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectern and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling Bagley.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay.
5 months.
Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say
He's-
post academy,
He said he's been there for 5 months. Didn't Charlie Kirk pass away over 5 months ago?
is post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification
Yeah,
require?
what the hell?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you get with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay.
10 months. I heard 5.
Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer.
Oh, he's
okay.
new to a different
Describe,
police
if you
department.
would,
Okay.
just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K-9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops, we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch, and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in, we'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody to track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps, so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when
Yes,
you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods
Yes.
surrounding campus.
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go in the areas, look for stuff. Also with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus
Very familiar.
and the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings.
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings on the, around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay, can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass, a couple of steps that go up. You've got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an
and
inside one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is a kind of like a bridge between
Oh
two
my
buildings.
goodness,
that
this is boring
all
as
the
hell.
flags throughout the world are represented in there with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Me too. I hope they do.
What are those
have
two
stuff.
buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal Building over to like the Science Building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal Building.
Yeah.
Where's the Fugal Building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building, okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that in relationship to the courtyard?
Oh
That's
my
kinda
God,
southeast
just
and it
put a
runs up
picture
against
up.
the
What is
courtyard.
this?
Okay.
Why is he
And
saying all
in relationship to
this?
the Fugal Building, where's that Sorensen?
Seriously,
Excuse me,
pull a
that
fucking
business
picture.
building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
Building.
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Goodness.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
Oh
The
my
Sorensen
gosh.
Center is going to be
Yeah, this
kind
is
of like a
like,
northeast.
show a picture.
to
Let's
the
move on. What in the
courtyard.
world?
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south?
And like people are going to
Okay.
remember,
The Losi Center?
It's south.
Are you familiar with that building?
it's north. It's a little
Where is it
directly
located on campus?
north and to the
Directly
right.
east of
Like what?
the courtyard amphitheater area.
I did not know, Scotty.
Does
This is
it-
crazy.
Run up to the courtyard? The Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay,
It
so,
doesn't run right up against it.
And like, guys, if I asked you about the setup of any building that like you're working at, would you know what ways north, south, a little to the east, a little over to the west, northeast? It's like northeast, about a quarter mile northeast. Who knows that?
That is going to be located
I sure don't.
north of the Losi Building, and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
okay.
Yeah, men might. Scotty might. Yeah,
And
men
Is
might.
there
But
a
it's
parking
like
structure next to
Police
this
would, but-
Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
And
That
like
is
him
gonna
even
be-
explaining this
you
doesn't make
mentioned the
me
Institute
understand
Building.
what he's
It's gonna
saying.
be north of the Losi Center. There is a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute Building. And then they also have a parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure,
Okay.
can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So On the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1, so that's the ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road, and there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you were parking there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking about on that southeast side.
Really, this
You can
is
walk
so
out there,
annoying.
or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the low C building.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1. It should come up on your monitor there.
Oh, we're not allowed to see that.
Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
And just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's submitted into evidence, so we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit. That's fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, thank you.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that's Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle, of all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugel Building?
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
They could have shown him this picture at the beginning. What in the world?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was that whole
Now,
spiel
it is a
about
little bit
north,
tricky
south, to
because
the
of
west?
that microphone.
My
Sorry about
God.
that.
Mr.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Go ahead, girl.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed.
That's why they
that,
asked him all that
It
first.
depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nesser? And Mr. Hernandez,
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1.
What
This
a
witness
dick.
has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as
We
the
see how
building
this trial's
locations
gonna
that
go, don't
foundation has
we?
been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is
I can
admitted
see
into
that. If
evidence
he-
and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay.
If he knows what was there, I guess, whatever, but it's
So the
just,
state would move to publish that.
I'm just annoyed, so I'm being biased right
It is so
there.
granted.
But he laid it out, so he knew.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. It's surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo, well, I'm just going to, when you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that's going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay, and just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building, what building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury Business Building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. And what about the Losi building? You've described that. Where is that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit as
Yes.
well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day
Yes, I was.
at UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yeah, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on
Okay.
top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's
We
some
can't
actually
see
looks like
anything because
yellow
they won't
crimson
show it
tape.
to us.
That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the Fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom?
Yes.
And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area.
Yes.
I think it's the prosecution, Kate.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock.
Yes.
I
that
know.
morning and later
I feel
to
you, yeah. I really do.
walk around campus that day.
Yes,
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Um, Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself
Jeez, oh
that I
man.
can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and there should be a power button to turn it off.
Not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
Wow, this is a shit show. I can't believe this is actually happening.
And
Wow.
if at any point, Mr. Grunander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugal Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center?
Yes.
I
And
hate
also
when they
the
have
Hall
to
of
ask
Flags?
this stuff.
Yes.
We're all looking at it. Does
In
it
this
show it? Can you
particular
see
exhibit,
it? Why are
can
you
also
asking
see the
me?
courtyard?
My
I
goodness.
can. A partial of it.
A partial of it, okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus
I mean,
of
if you took
UVU
a
on
picture.
September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander?
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead and overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day, on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be
Jeez, oh
published.
man.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today.
We can't see it.
Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray, kind of.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned 2 different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay,
Yeah, grays.
all right. Now, you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building. And it's just below that, you can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right, do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice?
You know what's funny too is that it's just pictures of the day. It's the pictures of the area the day Charlie Kirk was unalived. Why in the world is that so bad to show everybody? I don't get it.
Question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So, officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the Losi Center is in this photograph?
The Losi Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two
This
different
is
colors
wow.
of gray.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't. I
I'm
agree. I can't.
Blind. I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard's going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugle building
Hugo building is going to be this building right here.
and the Woodbury Business Building then?
Yeah,
Woodbury's
we
gonna be
can't
this
see
one right
it.
here with this
Trumpet, we can't see
And
anything. They don't
Sorensen
allow us to see
Sorensen
it.
Center's going to be this white roof.
We're not
windows right
allowed.
here.
Okay. Now, on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the
Yeah, he's
backside of
the-
the Institute
he's
building,
the,
which is right
defense.
here, and the parking structure's over there. So
And they
kinda see
called up
these.
one of the
Mr. Hernandez, let me
officers.
stop you, just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows
This is a
to
horse
some
shit.
degree where you're pointing.
this is totally
And that way, because the video isn't being captured, so if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Understood. That's fair.
Unreal.
Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The hall of flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards
You're
the top
right.
of the picture.
You're
There's a
right.
red brick pathway that goes from the Fugle building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the Losi building, the location of that on this exhibit?
The Losi building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side, so middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the Losi Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the Losi building. How many stories does the Losi building have?
There's four.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of Losi building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the Losi Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
The defense did object twice, 3 times technically, I think, and he overruled them each time and let it go. Didn't care. I think it's called overruled it, where he was like, yeah, let the pictures admissible.
Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Hugo Building's going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path that's going to be just to the east of the Fugal Building. It's got a gray roof and some red path.
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the two.
I'm
different
turning
colors
this
of
down a
grave,
little bit because
the
this is
gravel
annoying.
that's
I
on
want
the
to see
roof.
what Gary's saying on his channel.
And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of?
He's
this
just watching
area,
it too.
Utah Valley
He's
University
got
campus,
785 people watching his live
2025?
stream,
Yes.
and he's boring. What is going
State Office
on?
Exhibit
We
3.
need more. We need more people to watch. You guys got to share this
How do we
out.
renew the standing objection? We
Can't
also
believe
object
Gary's got that
again
many people.
that
Probably just
this
because they can't stand
individual
him.
Can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernanner.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right, I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if you're on
If
would like.
if you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All I'm giving out is laughs. Subscribe, and you will get some good laughs over here.
The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be. And the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid. And
Yeah,
overrules
Trumpet.
the
Erika
objection.
is there.
State's
He
Exhibit
did
3
acknowledge Erika
may
was
be
there.
is admitted and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Angela.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Good with us. Welcome to the channel. Hope you get some
Can you
laughs.
point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the
Thank you
record?
for subscribing.
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the
Appreciate
bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that
Yes.
that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal Building on the far right of the picture.
This put
Okay.
me to sleep. What are these people
In
doing?
relationship to where
Let's
you were
go.
stationed, where is the Fuga building then?
Oh, fuck. We're
Siegel
still
building
asking about where
is
these
just
buildings
to
are. Do
the
you believe
right
this?
of me. So
I
it'd
mean, we're
be
still
on the south
asking
end of
this.
me.
Okay.
Don't we just
And
go
so it's
over
on
all
the right
this?
side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What
Oh
about
my
the business
gosh.
building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are, the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level
Okay.
1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level. And your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes,
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel.
That could
And
be.
on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2
For sure, Jeannie.
ventilations
I
for
wish we could put
the
this
Losi
in
building.
double
2
speed for
vents on
sure.
top of that, it's in the darker gray
Okay.
gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct?
Yes.
When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located?
So
On
it's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium style steps.
Would that be
The
direct?
courtyard
would that be
shaped
west of
thing is
Losi
the
Center then?
courtyard right there.
Yes, it'd be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot, in this picture, you can't. It would be where I explained where the hall flags is. It's directly underneath the hall flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
So the tent's not in the picture, but he's asking if there's a clear line of sight to the tent that's not in the picture.
Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
Why didn't they just take a picture of that view? Why didn't they Gary has a whole entire thing where he took a drone and went the entire way through that. Why couldn't they have done the same thing?
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof
The top roof, yes.
with the darker shade of gray that you
Yes.
see? Okay,
Oh
thank you,
my
officer.
gosh. Oh, now that we've established what it looks like for 45 minutes.
I am going to
Oh,
refer the
take care,
witness now
Bray.
to State's Exhibit number 35.
Thank you for stopping by.
And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know.
This is crazy. Oh, they got a picture. They got a picture. They got a picture.
Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we can see it. We're all gonna see it.
So we don't have this in electronic form? We do, okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit
we
that's
zoom on that?
to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker, is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record,
What the heck?
if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Gernando. I was just going to mention that We shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in, so.
I mean, if it's displayed already one time, everybody can just pause and rewind and screenshot it. It's over. It's done. You showed it. What
Do you
the
see
hell?
States Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
It's a
Can
map
do
of
you
the area.
recognize
It's a
that?
picture.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University.
And they're telling us what it is. So what's the difference if we see it? If he's literally describing it to a T, what's the difference if we see it or not? I don't understand this. This is so strange to me.
Northeast of campus.
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
That's what they should have said, Jen. You're
Now,
absolutely
I've
right.
asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture.
I'm literally, I'm completely, I must be really, really stupid because I have no idea why for the last hour, like 52 fucking minutes, we've been describing the college campus. What's the deal? When are we going to get to asking this guy any pertinent questions that have anything to do? Like, I understand it's important for the record, but if you submit a picture of a fucking map, there it is. It's on the record. A picture, the map, whatever. Like, what is this? What is happening?
And where is that located?
And there's 50, 48, 49 more, 48 more things they got to show us.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard.
Northeast of the
Two patches of
courtyard.
gray that's almost in the center.
He keeps
of the
saying the
picture.
same thing.
Just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building.
Oh,
Can you see
what?
that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
Why is he asking all this again?
North of the Losi Center, it's got a white roof and it's almost directly in the
Holy
center
shit,
of the
guys.
photo.
Okay.
Holy shit.
We've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building. Do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the.
Gary's
Institute
not
building.
even talking on his stream.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Granado.
Same response, Judge, but would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager, or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it. And if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again, if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the LOSI Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the low-C building right here,
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
For a
into level
vehicle?
1
For a vehicle?
for vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the heat plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T.
Bro, you missed
And it's
absolutely nothing. The only thing we saw was Charlie Kirk's parents walking in with somebody that allegedly looks like Stacy Sheridan. We don't know if that was her for sure. I can't recognize her for sure, but
Familiar with where 800 South
what's her
is?
name did say it was Stacy, but that's it. And then the judge acknowledged Erika was in the courtroom.
top of this photo, it's gonna be long
The
side of
only
road.
pleasure I take in this right now, this entire thing where he's pointing out all this shit for the last hour, now completely an hour, is the fact that Erika Kirk has to sit through this entire thing. She's not allowed to nod her head. She's not allowed to say a word, and the cameras aren't on her
It's gonna be the
to
road
record her,
in the middle of that photo.
and she's got to be miserable
Okay, so 800
sitting here, right?
is parallel to
Completely
800
miserable sitting here.
and just
It's the only pleasure I take in the whole thing.
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's gonna be the right side of that horseshoe.
And that runs,
Yeah, they've
North
been
and
talking
south?
about the
North and
campus
south.
for an
Okay.
hour.
what about 720 West?
Haven't
Are you
said
familiar with that
anything
street?
Yes, I am.
at
And
all.
where's that at?
That's gonna be to the left side of the horseshoe, that runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 South. Is
925
that
south
depicted?
is gonna be on the bottom of the
Gary's on
horseshoe
his
that
phone.
connects
Here's Gary's stream. He's sitting on his phone.
Off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 South, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay, I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a
our
particular
summer.
assignment.
Mr. Gernando, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
Oh my goodness.
So you were, you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end.
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus, at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Describe what you were seeing. What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was
Okay.
under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asking him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes,
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him,
Charlie.
Charlie?
Charlie Kirk. So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say, when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people, because you had it on the grass. It was jam-packed in the amphitheater, sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed, several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction. Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
when he fell to the left?
Yes,
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up, people were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought at that moment, I was like, oh, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was close range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer, so that's why I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? As far as direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the Losi building.
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got up there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the LOC building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, excuse me, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit, State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish
Okay,
it
we're
and ask a
on.
few more questions,
Oh, wait.
right now might be a good time to take a break,
All right.
if that's okay with the court.
All right, let's come back at, it's 10:43, let's go ahead and come back, well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock, and then we'll resume direct examination. Court is in a brief recess.
Brief recess. Go take a pee, everybody. Go get a snack. I stole my mom's popcorn because I don't have any snacks. I had to order her more. I have Instacart coming and all this other stuff going on today, so I have to keep running out and coming back. But yeah, grab a drink, grab a snack. Dude, grab a shot. We need a shot. I should have bought alcohol for this. We should have had shots for this. We literally should have had shots for this and took a shot like every time they say something stupid. I cannot. Yeah, I found that interesting. Where was the comment? Kate says, I've known the whole time Tyler was taken into custody in the afternoon because they had the streets blocked to the house. Unless that was for a search, there were lots of cops, unlike the narrative of one car. So I find that interesting. Thanks for telling us that, Kate. The screwdriver that has 5 different DNA on it, just like the rifle. Exactly. And the thing about the screwdriver and the rifle both having DNA on them, we can basically say that, you know, all that means is he touched it. And I mean, so anyone could have placed it on the roof. If there's other DNA on the screwdriver, then that means anybody could have placed it on the roof. The only thing that his DNA on a screwdriver means is he touched it, right? Especially if there's other DNA. Because that could have meant anyone could have put it on the roof. So I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to kind of slowly pile on. When they do these cases in court, they slowly pile on each little fact, right? So they're trying to say, like, his DNA's on this screwdriver, his DNA, you know, is on this, it's this. And then hopefully somewhere along the lines, they will find a way to prove that he actually placed it there. But I don't think they can prove that. I don't think they can prove he placed it there if there's multiple DNA on there. If there's only one person's DNA, then yes, they could say, look, he's the only one that touched it and it ended up on the roof. It has to be him that placed it there. But if there's multiple, there's no way they could prove that it was him without a reasonable doubt. There's doubt there because of the multiple DNA. As far as the gun, they can prove he touched the gun. Yeah, they can prove his DNA's on that gun and he touched it. but then they find it in the woods. So that all that means is he touched a gun that was laying in the woods. That's all that proves. So, I'm interested to see how they build this case, because it just seems like everything they're showing us is just so ridiculous so far. And yeah, I'm just interested to see see what they have to say, see what they have to show us. Multiple things they have to show us. Let's see. I want to see what Gary's saying right now. Gary's on, so let's see what he's saying.
Technicality. So the lay of the unit can't be verified when video evidence of Tyler being there comes into it. If they can put doubt, that couldn't get from A to B. Yeah. So far, I don't think we're obviously into the meat and potatoes of the evidence. They're kind of establishing, obviously, just the layout of the campus. And I am very curious to see what's going on here. We got Gil.
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm the 101 right now.
Fair enough. I'm assuming you probably haven't been listening to this too much, or were you?
No, I haven't. Just the last few minutes. Can you give me a quick rundown, or
Yeah. I'll be honest, you haven't missed much. Basically, what we have is they're just kind of they're showing pictures or attempting to show pictures of the campus layout. And the first law enforcement officer that's up there testifying, he just testified that he identified, number one, that he was right there when the shot took place. He said he believed that it was a rifle, that it was not a pistol. He ended up going up to the roof. He found and identified the screwdriver up there. We have multiple objections from the defense saying that essentially they can't confirm the source of the photos that they're using, including like overheads of the campus and even pictures of the screwdriver itself. Any picture that comes up, basically they're objecting, saying, hey, we need to establish the source of that. We don't know when that picture was taken. And so far they've been overruled multiple times. And one of the things I was just saying, when you have a defense that is, I know it's their job and they're going to do that. When they're objecting over and over and over for the same objection, at some point, does that become self-defeating? What's your thoughts on that?
I would say maybe during trial, because it could be a little bit off-putting to a jury. They might seem like they're being obstructionist and just annoying. But during a preliminary hearing, there's not really any downside to just objecting every chance you get. Most of the time you're objecting, you're expecting to be overruled. I mean, I don't know about most of the time, but a lot of the times, and it's just to preserve it for the record on appeal, just in case. So I would say, yeah, at trial it becomes self-defeating after a while, especially if you're getting overruled every time. But at the prelim, there's not really a downside, so might as well.
Let's see what Kelly and them guys are saying over here.
Yeah. She Called Me Trash says a lot of ancient courtyards had flowing water too, just a nerd correlation to a darker theory. I wonder what that darker theory is. Any ideas?
Ritualistic type stuff.
Yeah, some of the other stuff we've been talking about.
Yeah.
I was hoping he would say something stupid and we can make fun of him awakening. We like the snark on Gary over here. Love him, love to hate him, love to snark on him, you know what I mean? I can't say hate, I don't hate anybody, but you know what I'm saying. Love to snark on him. So I was hoping, but he had somebody on that wasn't stupid, so that was no fun.
And do they have people who actively monitor security cameras? Probably not. I mean, maybe if they have a security guard house, maybe.
Ooh. So, okay, I can just give you my perspective. I don't think that we haven't heard any of.
Guys, real quick, you can see right here, Kelly down at the bottom corner here. This is what real hair looks like. You know what I'm saying? This is what real actual hair looks like. Not a weave, not anything weird like we see on Erika Kirk. You can see Kelly's hair just beautifully, lying across her shoulder. I just thought I'd mention that. Take note of real hair.
What we called the bubble. And in the bubble, you would take calls, but also you could monitor security cameras. And look, at the university, they only had 1,200 students. So we're talking about a long time ago and a much smaller campus. So I feel pretty sure that there's someone responsible for monitoring cameras, especially during a large event like that.
Yeah, and my only personal experience is at like a hotel or an apartment complex. So yours probably transfers better. And at an event of that size, it would make sense that they would have someone on that for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, whoops, where are we at? Nope, nope, nope. Cancel that. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. So let's see. Here's our screen. Yeah, so those guys are just weighing in on what we've seen so far. And yeah, it's just, boring. This is so boring. Let me get the stream link. Let's see. Okay, let me get this stream link. And I'm going to go ahead and post it down in, let's see, paste. I'm going to post it in the Discord server for you guys who are in the server. I don't know what time he said they're coming back. I think we've only got a few more minutes. So I'm going to post that. See if anybody wants to hop in and weigh in for a few moments. 5 minutes. Okay, so maybe we'll wait for the next break. So anybody seeing the link, don't click it yet because I'm not going to pull you in just yet. We're coming back in 5 minutes, so I don't want to have anybody coming in yet. I put it in the Discord, honey. So next time we have a break, if any of you guys who are in the server wants to come on and hop in and voice and just chat with me, tell me what you're thinking, weigh in on this, give some opinions, whatever. You guys can hop on. So we'll wait for the next break since we only have a few minutes left, and I want to post it on the channel also for the channel members. So if you are a channel member, you will have access to that link as well if you want to hop in, and later next time there's a break, you can hop in and chat, give us your opinions. I mean, I know you can do it in chat, but it's a lot of fun to hear what you guys have to say as well. So I want to do that just because that's fun. And if you guys enjoy that, while we're live, we might be able to do that. Like, we go live Mondays, sometimes Fridays. maybe we'll do an extra one where we do that a little more often if you guys enjoy that kind of thing. So I'm going to make this for channel members, all channel members. Here's the Discord link for next time court goes on a break. Wait till then to join. Yeah, and then I'll just kind of I'll have you guys one at a time hop in and BS for a few minutes, and then we'll click you off and somebody else can come on if there is more than one person. All right, so the link is in for the channel members. Just wait to click it until we have a next break. Alrighty. Yeah, lots of people feel that Erika is a bad actor. Indeed. Yes, and you could join the Discord through Club Vatra. The Club Vatra link allows you to access the Discord server. There's different tiers that you can join. So depending on how much access you would like, you can join whichever tier. We have a great time over on our server. I forgot to go live last night, so we're gonna have to make that up. We'll make that up. I don't know, one day this week. We're gonna be live tons this week, so I don't know when we'll do it on the Discord server. We might wait until the end of the week or something. Maybe we'll go live after court one of these days or before court on Wednesday because we're not starting till later. But yeah, if you want to join, and of course, any membership that you do join, it helps the channel out so very much. I appreciate every single time you guys do a super chat or super sticker, or anybody that joins, as a channel member. It's very much appreciated. So, thank you for all you guys who do join and who have joined. I appreciate it. Honeybee says, I'll click it right now and you'll deal with it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can click it right now, honey. We're still waiting, and worst case, we'll just have to be quiet when they start. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, and Jeannie's posting the link if you want to join as a member for Club Watcher. I think it's coming up as a link. I hope it's coming up as a link in chat. I gotta check that. Let's see. Is that working as a link? I think it should because you're a mod. I think it should work. I'm actually looking at the vertical live stream. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys, as well. Please hit the like. Because if you don't hit the like, then nobody sees the live stream because YouTube doesn't even share it out. But the more you hit the like and the more you comment, the more you engage in chat, the more YouTube will share out the live stream. And our goal is 1 million subscribers by next week. So we really got to step it up here, guys. It's not just me. You guys have to do your part and like the stream and comment and click on the heart button, give some hearts and whatever and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I see some heads moving over here. We're establishing that this guy literally heard these shots and immediately knew what type of weapon it was. He was like, yeah, we're at 200K in merch sales, guys. We're at 200K in merch sales. I'm so excited. We've got 200K in merch sales and 5,000 subscribers, and I'm so excited. We're trying to reach 1 million. We have 5,000. We're trying to reach 1 million really bad, Trumpet. We really are. But you know what? People just, they don't care about me for some reason. I don't understand. I mean, the world revolves around me, doesn't it? I can't believe it. Oh, thank you, Awakening. I appreciate that. Let's see. Okay, this is for Angela. Marcy says, I wanted to make sure to tell you that, Angela, she's so proud of your channel and how you handle your channel. Keep it up, girl. Always bless you. Very nice of her. Oh, thank you, Jeannie, for the super sticker. I appreciate that. That helps me out very much. I appreciate the supers. I really, really do. Thank you. I even have a thing for you guys for that. Let's see. Where is it? It's thank you. It's covering my face though. Let's just because it's coming out of my mouth. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, I see some cameras moving. I made some music for us to hear in the background too when we're waiting. Let's see. Let's start at the beginning. I created this one. I created my intro and my outro. I don't even know what it says, but it's really pretty. We can just jam while we're waiting. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, Angela, do you have a channel? If so, we want to check it out, obviously. Let's see, Angela, where are you in the chat? Angela, I can't even find her now in the chat. Where the hell did Angela go? Ah, here she is. How do I get to her channel? Angela. Oh, there she is. I'm switching laptops. Don't forget, if you would like to get on the bigger screen, Angela, click the link in the description. If you guys are on the vertical and you want the bigger stream so you can see everything better, just click the link in the description. And I pinned it in the chat also. Click that. You could click that link and you will come over to the other, and Elmer as well. Click that link in the description. You'll go to the bigger screen and be in with everybody in the chat so you can see everybody in the chat. Oh, okay. Angela doesn't have a channel she mods for JYAP. Okay. Okay, my bad. Somebody said that about your channel, so I thought, oh, maybe you did. My bad. All right, let's see.
And I don't know, you gotta know what to do. I'm not a
Painful Truth gave us one of these. Yeah, I agree. I don't know how they can, with such certainty. I don't know, unless like we said, it's like the 7K Club. That's right. That's what that means over here. Jeannie knows what's up. You're welcome, Elmer. Yeah, anybody in that vertical live, if you want to come join us on the big screen so you can see my beautiful face a little closer, just hop on that link and it'll bring you right over. I just create that one also because a lot of people can find me in the vertical section of YouTube. It's a whole different, trust me, it's a whole different section. People are freaks over there. I mean, people will watch a live stream on the vertical of like people clipping their toenails. One time there was a clown who was dancing around. What else did we see? Oh, I seen a lady playing with dolls. A grown lady was playing with her dolls. She named her dolls and shit. She had like 1 million people, like 1 million subscribers, and like 10,000 people were watching her live stream and she was playing with dolls. And here I sit and I'm cracking everybody up. I'm cracking you guys up on my other live stream and I have nobody. And this other lady's playing with a damn doll. I said, I'm gonna get a doll. I'm gonna get a doll and start naming it and shit. Yeah, Elmer, I'm telling you, the vertical live streaming, whoo, if you start flipping up there, you'll see like who's surrounding you on the vertical live stream. It's creepy as hell. Oh, I love it, honeybee. I troll everyone X and ask if I can get in on the 7K Club. It is creepy as hell. It's creepy. There's some creepy live streams over there. And I'd be so jealous because I'm sitting here with like, you know, I'd have nobody and these other people like Dolly Lady. And that just tells you how creepy the world is because the doll lady has like 10,000 people watching her. And it's like, dude, for real? Yeah, how about a yeah. How much Asian street food truck cooking, and there's this Asian chick that does like Home Shopping Network where she just changes outfits over and over. Yeah, it's like if you're normal, people don't like you. And that's another thing. Like Gary has all those people watching. I mean, we clicked on, right? We were checking it out for a minute. So that counts as a view, like, of people watching. So I wonder how many people like him or how many people are watching just to be like mean to him, you know, because I didn't look at the comment section. But we have the best chats. We have the best chat on YouTube, like we do over here. We have so many people from all over the world, and you guys are hilarious. And this break, again, is taking long as hell. So if anybody wants to click on the links and hop in and chat for a moment, feel free to. People like Karen need therapy. It's true. Yes, we're like a rare unicorn in the wild. And you're right. You're right. People just haven't found us yet. We're amazing and they just haven't found us yet. Maybe I should do changing outfits. I could do that. I could be changing outfits. I could change the outfits on my doll. I'll get a doll and change its clothes. I like do all of it. Something's going on. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got.
Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victim representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any question about that.
Wait, who's
In
he
addition,
talking about? I'm rewinding this that we could fast forward it then, but I want to see who he's talking about. Who did he say could leave?
which
Dang it. Come on. It's so hard to get it to go to the right spot. Come on.
session.
Okay. Who
Before we get started, I want to clarify on the record that pursuant to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So
the victims and their representatives. So Erika,
in case there was any question about
Erika
that.
and her people can leave the court and just come back whenever they feel like it. They can leave and come back. Everybody else, though, not allowed to leave the
Talk
courtroom.
about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically three levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication and media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So, being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Gernander.
I don't know I don't know if she left, but he did make a comment that she could leave
3.1. I believe
if
the
she
court
wants.
also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would move.
It probably
we would ask
is.
the court to publish
Elmer's probably right.
that to the gallery. 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1.
Guys, we're on number 3. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! All right, Exhibit 3. Maybe. Sometime today, perhaps. Maybe. Yeah, she'll be back at the end of the week. She's checking on merch sales and stuff, guys.
Looks like it's just taking a second to come up on the screen.
Sure is. They didn't have nothing set up. They got all this.
Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the
Look at this
monitor
shit.
to see if that brings it back to life.
Well, he had the security guard turn it off. Remember earlier? He came over and did something. Now it's broke. Goodness gracious. Oh, these people. Yes, Erika Kirk is master of Zoom calls. She'll figure it out. She just wants to go home. That's true. Snoops, I remember her saying that.
All right, looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here.
Oh my gosh, these guys are ridiculous.
All right. Yes. All right, Mr. Gernander.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Losi building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there, where was it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit Number 2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit where approximately where the screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down, and if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here, the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there, okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay, so that was left there by an evidence tech.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's the picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, that the Fugel buildings on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Gernander?
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay, otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the state would move to publish it.
All right.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center, on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. I've come down from that, from where the water meets that red brick part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west, and we're on top of the LOSI building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the LOSI rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher, so this is level, at the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
As far
on
as the gravel?
southwest side of the LOSI building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there is.
In that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe that
I'm
for
gonna
a
refer the
second.
witness to
He
State's
saw a
Exhibit
distinct impression in gravel. Come on,
your monitor
son.
there.
Ridiculous.
And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just last, same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as exhibit 3.2?
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tent in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the LOSI building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing objection.
She said she took it, so you know.
Mr.
I
Granado,
talked
do
to
you
her
want
on
to
the phone.
respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit, so even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right, anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes,
And what did she tell you?
she said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right, well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation, I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2, but it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about, and so.
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do, a number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, they are, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. With those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. State would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is, I'm on the top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is on towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the Hall of Flags that's more towards the top center, and behind that you got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings
Right.
of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
You know what I'd love to see? Anybody
Thank you.
go out into the gravel
And
and
if we
lay
could,
down and see if
again,
there's
take
a
the,
marking. What size is
We
this
could publish
gravel?
State's Exhibit number 2.
Unless the gravel's tiny, there's no way they saw an outline of
You
somebody
recognize
laying in
that,
gravel.
right, officer?
I don't believe that
Yes, I
for
do.
a
Where on the
second.
Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
Ridiculous.
If you go to the
Can you
center
point
of the
to that?
picture, if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it,
Unbelievable.
on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it,
Okay,
or the southwest side of the roof.
thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor. Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
there. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked at with some red or orange markers and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photographer was facing?
Yes,
And what direction is that?
it's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes,
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed that
Yes.
night?
yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that more, there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Wow,
Your
dude.
Honor, to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you.
He's
Given
like,
the
fuck
foundation
you.
that has been laid and that
We're
the
not
witness has
listening to your
testified that
objections.
This is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that. State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. I thought you
Before
were talking
turning
to
what you did
Angela.
next on that day, taking you to
Thank you.
back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025. Did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion where, so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yeah, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area,
My God, he just told you where he put it.
on the southwest corner of the rooftop.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that home position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Oh, thank you,
Okay.
honey.
Did you eventually
Thank you
leave
so
that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be, when I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay. Before leaving, did you leave the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes.
Just to someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene
Okay.
without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again.
Honey says this prelim is hella embarrassing. I have to agree. This is ridiculous. Point out where you put the tape after you just explained it 22 times.
Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you
Ridiculous.
described what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I agree.
So when I got to
Drop
the
it.
top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed the screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
You know what? You make a really, really, really good point, Elmer. Yeah, you can't let anybody behind this crime scene tape here. This is taped off. We can't let anybody over here. Keep it very pristine and perfect. But yeah, just go ahead and dig up and pave over the actual crime scene. But this little spot here where there's an indent in gravel, we're going to go ahead and make sure that remains pristine. Very convenient.
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't
far?
mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
Yeah, what the hell?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the
What?
video as substantive evidence.
All right, Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think, I mean, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that, but right now I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Hernandez?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right, so as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way that other than he ran north. That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
Where is the police department located?
it's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3, okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay. If I can take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes.
This is so.
Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner.
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass.
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage that you personally observed on the
Yes.
surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up
A
onto the
shoe
cement
print.
from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof. That was not there. So I could see that looked abnormal.
Really?
I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence.
He saw some rub scenes on the
On
roof that weren't
exhibit
there.
number 2, do you see where you
What?
placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes,
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the Instant Command Center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
Thanks for hanging out with us, Kate.
If I can have just a moment.
Appreciate you.
You may.
We might be here by the time you're done with work, though, so maybe you can come back later.
Ms. Nestor?
Yeah, they preserved all this, but no crime scene, not where it happened. They preserved everything else except for where it
Ms. Nestor,
happened.
Before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still. Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
You
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so, did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the two officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So, you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
There was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, I'm counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA in the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the Low C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No,
Nobody on the roof?
no,
Nobody on the stairway?
no,
Nobody on the walkway?
no.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right next to me, yes.
Okay, and that was before the shooting?
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of, or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes,
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there to secure the area and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, what, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is.
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't, I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report, so like, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says, it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5 maybe? All right, now, let me ask the question again. Sorry, you just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done, where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Hope you're good.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good.
I don't believe it.
When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see his direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the low-C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, when I I think I actually said that in there where I see the empty holster that I realized the line of sight.
Okay, so let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes,
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
yes,
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
yes,
And there was kind of chaos, people running around,
yep.
yes? And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, it was, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels. And it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster
For what type of
for a
weapon?
pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope,
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
nope,
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay.
There's the reasonable doubt. There it is. Found a whole
At some
holster on the
point,
ground. Nobody even
There were
did
drones
anything
in the
with
air.
it.
Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU.
No,
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
no,
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
true.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired, did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right, so they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the
Oh, he
holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with a prisoner of the shooter. So they had been
So
within right there.
you didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not the state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
Wow. That was a horrible move on her part to break for lunch in the middle of this, right when she had him all flustered. That was stupid as hell. She should have kept pressing him because we could all see he was clearly all flustered. And now she's letting him break for lunch, recompose himself. You know what I mean? What the hell is she thinking? That was so dumb. Why in the world would she do that? She should have at least started in on the next part and just kept pushing him until it was over and then have fucking lunch. And why was he so nervous? Well, because he found a whole ass holster. What do you say, up top? We don't even know where up top is, but he found a holster up top that they never even bothered with. Where's the weapon? Where's the person that belonged to? Where's the fingerprints from the holster? Why was that not fingerprinted? What in the world? That right there is reasonable doubt. Because now, wait, there could have been somebody else there that nobody even knew about. And that just right there, a real jury would have said there's no way we would convict him for that. And this judge should be like, yeah, you know what? That right there means there could have been something totally else going on. Plus you had somebody that you already took into custody, plus. There shouldn't even be a trial at this point. This judge should just be like, you know what? We got to end it. Well, let's end it right now. Because obviously they had a whole other suspect that was on the loose that they never even rounded up. And this guy's adding things to his thing and taking things away. It's like, what the hell? Let's see. Gary's a little bit behind us. What's he watching?
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it. I didn't.
He's real far behind us, isn't he? I think that's as far as it goes. Yeah, he's behind us. We're ahead of them guys. I don't know why.
Let's see. Like 2140 and just let it play.
Oh, this is them guys. Look at
Or
this.
2131.
That should be submitted.
Wait,
as
2131 or 2140?
evidence right here. This video here should be submitted into court as evidence of them right after this crime took place. This is people tromping all over the crime scene. It's not taped off in any way. There's people just running around here like in a grid pattern, trying to collect things off the ground, picking shit up and stuff. That's insane. Exactly. Should at least take the death penalty off the case. Well, I think, Cindy, I think they're going to do that because I think they're going to try to prove it wasn't even a, you know what? They're going to have all kind of experts as to like ballistic experts and things like that that are going to probably say that there's no way he was hit with a 30-06 round anyway because of the wound. I mean, you can't fake that, right? We all saw it. So they can't fake it and say, oh, no, you know. I don't know. Just crazy to me. Let's see what these guys are saying. They're just playing that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at them picking shit up, kicking things around.
Whoa.
It definitely is glitchy.
But there's
Look at them.
something weird is going on.
They're all
And they
walking
do not
on the
have
crime
this crime
scene.
scene secured whatsoever.
Yeah.
And again, this right here, them just not having that secured, I think that would give a jury reasonable doubt as well. I really do. Let's see if I can access that link from here. I don't think I can. I don't think I can copy that. Let me see. The Daily Mail Crap. I am subscribed to the Daily Mail, but I don't know what email I'm subscribed to them with. So we can read the article. Let's see if I can find it. Oops. What's the name of that article again? Tyler Robinson, or no, Charlie Kirk, Utah court hearing. Let's see. The Daily Mail. Where is it? Here we go. I really can't remember how I logged into the Daily Mail. Oh my gosh, what's happening? These people. Dang it. I'm going to try my email and see if it works. Ah, it did. Okay. All right. So the Daily Mail, we got the article here that Honey was telling us about. Let's see. I wish I could. I hate this. Let me do something else. Hold on. Let me put you back here. Or where is ours at? I guess ours is here. Okay, stay here 1 second till I try to copy this link, log into this from my other place, and I think we'll have much better luck reading it. Hang on a sec. All right, I think I did all this here. There it is. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's see here, guys. Hang on a second. I'm gonna get there. All right, let's see. Stop. And new. Share my screen. Share my window. Share. Ah, there we go. How about that? Boom. Okay, so Don Jr. makes a surprise appearance at the Tyler Robinson hearing. We didn't see him coming in, but the judge did say that anybody, any of the victims and the victims' team can come and go as they please into the courtroom and out of the courtroom, do whatever they want. They're, like royalty, I guess, there. I mean, I'm not familiar with court hearings, but I don't think that's like normal, is it, to allow people to just run in and out of the courtroom? All right, so Donald Trump Jr. made a surprise appearance at the Tyler Robinson's hearing today as the 23-year-old stands accused of unaliving Charlie Kirk. Kirk's widow, Erika, sat a few rows behind his parents in court, wept as she leaned on his mother's shoulder for comfort. Hang on. Hold on. Hold on. What the fuck does this mean? What does this mean? Erika sat a few rows behind Charlie Kirk's parents, but she also wept as she leaned on Charlie's mother's shoulder for support. So did she lean up 4 rows to fucking lay on on her shoulder? What is it? What is this? What is this? What is that? She sat a few rows behind his parents in court, but she also wept as she leaned on Charlie's mother's shoulder for comfort. And I'm really not sure how that happens when you're, 4 rows behind them. Not really sure. Bullshit. Such bullshit, isn't it? I mean, come on. Do they even know how to write an article here? What the hell? Of course it had to, also guys, of course it had to let us know that she wept, even though I didn't hear any weeping. Like, I heard no weeping in that whole thing. If it was me, you'd hear me weeping from my chair. I didn't hear any weeping the whole court hearing so far. Okay, didn't hear nothing. The 5-day preliminary hearing is the first time members of Kirk's family are in the courtroom with the alleged unaliver, Tyler Robinson. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty against Robinson and will argue that he should stand trial for M. Robinson is charged with aggravated M in the September 10th unaliving of Kirk, who had a big bang while addressing a crowd of thousands during a Turning Point USA event at Utah Valley University. The accused unaliver turned himself in after the big bang, and prosecutors allege that he also sent text message confession to his partner. He has not entered a plea in this case. His attorneys have not commented on his guilt or innocence. Interesting. He hasn't entered a plea. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Hang on. Let's see. Okay, I ordered groceries and they're coming. So anyways, I told my husband to grab them. Okay, so I thought he entered a plea of not guilty, but I guess he hasn't entered a plea. Is that normal for people to not enter a plea? I thought they had to. I guess maybe he's waiting for them to say whether or not they are going to go to actual trial. Maybe that's why he doesn't have to enter a plea yet. I don't know. I thought that was strange, though. Anyway, Donald Trump Jr. present in court. Trump Jr. present at the Tyler Robinson, Utah hearing today. The president's son once said Charlie was like a brother to him, and he spoke at the conservative activist funeral. In December of 2025, Kirk's wife Erika and Trump Jr. shared the stage as key speakers at the Turning Point USA conference in Phoenix, Arizona. Lead defense lawyer Kathy Nestor has begun to cross-examine the prosecution's first witness. Nestor began by asking Bagley general security questions about the UVU campus. Kirk's parents, as well as Erika, all left the courtroom shortly after Utah Valley University police officer Chris Bagley began to testify about the moments the Turning Point USA founder was unalived. Kirk's mother had her head bowed, and Erika leaned on a friend for comfort as the testimony was delivered. So what do you see what happens here? First, they said she was sitting rows behind his parents, so they were not there together, like Lisa didn't know, right? She was like, you can all apologize to me now. Thank you very much. But, like, bitch, they didn't come together. They didn't sit together. So fuck all the way off with that apologize bullshit, okay? No one's apologized because you didn't know shit, all right? So there it is, okay? And also, they all left the courtroom shortly after this police officer began to testify. They all left the courtroom. So the parents and Erika got up and left the courtroom. So there it was. They were there for a good hour, and they were like, okay, now that they're actually going to get down to the testimony and stuff, we're going to head on out. We're just going to head on out. So she made her appearance. She only had 2 hours to give. She only had like 2 hours to give to the court today. She's got like really a lot of stuff to do. She's like super busy. So Kirk's mother had her own head bowed, but Erika leaned on a friend for comfort. So what happened here? We've got in one article, we've got all kinds of different, what do you call it? Events that happened. All these different recounting of events. Did she lean on the mother who was 4 rows in front of her? Or now she's leaning on a friend? They were there, but they weren't there. Like, they were there and crying when he began his testimony, but they all left the courtroom shortly after he started talking. Accused unaliver Tyler Robinson looked at the exhibits on the monitor and took notes. Yeah, because he's probably like, I wasn't here, I wasn't there. Can they fit me in that little fake gravel thing? Let's see if I lay on that, if it's actually true. Bagley described the moments of chaos after Kirk was the Big Bang. He said that he could see the right side of Kirk as the conservative activist spoke on campus. Kirk was in the middle of answering a question when the officer heard a Big Bang ring out. He saw people fleeing the area before police confirmed that they had a suspect in custody over the radio. Bagley began assessing the crowd for injuries as he worked to preserve the crime scene, except the crime scene was down there, and we just saw Kelly and I think his name's Jason, I could be wrong, Kelly over there showing us a video where the crime scene was, and there was no police, there was no security, nobody but just randos walking around picking things up from the crime scene. So I don't know how he worked to preserve the crime scene at all. Okay. Bagley confirmed there was a clear line of sight from where Kirk was sat atop the Lucy Center where Tyler Robinson allegedly fired. Any mention of the extra holster that was laying around? Any mention of an extra holster that they just left there and didn't take into evidence? Which I have no idea why you would not, if that's what you heard. If you heard a big bang going off and then you found a holster laying on the ground, what the hell kind of officer are you if you didn't pay any attention to that and you just ignored it? What kind of officer are you? One that either was paid because you have to present that Tyler Robinson did this, right? So you got to ignore everything that doesn't look like it. This isn't true investigating. It really isn't. You're not supposed to make up your mind before you even start and then ignore all this other shit that's going on. Robinson was seen for the first time in court today in a beige shirt. He paid attention to Bagley's testimony as the officer described the layout of the UVU campus. He then appeared to write something down with a red pen. Probably, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Because I was never there. That's just my opinion, allegedly. Charlie Kirk's parents are sat in the courtroom gallery with Erika, sat a few rows behind them. This sentence doesn't even make sense. Charlie Kirk's parents are sat in the courtroom gallery with Erika Kirk sat a few rows behind them. Okie doke. So they didn't sit together yet again. She is watching intently. I don't know who she is. She is watching intently as the proceedings unfold and is seen wiping away tears with a handkerchief as she leans on Kirk's mother's shoulder. Again, how in the fuck do you lean on this woman's shoulder if she's 4 rows ahead of you? This is such bullshit. Like, what is this? Is this for real? Is this for real, guys? Like, honestly? Again with this dumb shit. Wiping away tears with a handkerchief too. Who the fuck brings, who? And, right, show hands. Who's got a handkerchief that they wipe their tears with? Please put a 1 in chat if you use a handkerchief, and put a 2 in chat if that sounds ridiculous. Okay? Unless you're trying to be the grieving widow, all emotional with your handkerchief. Leaning 5 rows up on Charlie Kirk's mother, draped across the fucking chairs, I guess. I guess she was laying across the chairs to reach Charlie's mother's shoulder. Are they for real? They wrote it twice now. This is twice. She wrote this, whoever wrote this twice now. She was a few rows behind his parents. You don't, look, if they were close, guys, honestly, if they were close and they were in contact and they were, they would be as a unit. They would be sitting together as a unit to be able to lean on one another as they grieve. They were not sat together. That should say everything that we need to know. Right? Everything we need to know. And they mentioned it quite a few times that she was sitting a few rows behind Charlie Kirk's parents. And so, no, I don't believe that she leaned on Kirk's mother's shoulder because she's not that tall. She's not that tall. She can't lean over 4 rows of pews, whatever. you want to call it, to lean on the shoulder. And yeah, why not sit together? If you are all a big family, why wouldn't you be sitting together at court? That's absolutely absurd that you would not sit with one another. I'd be sitting with my husband's family and my family. I'd have my family there too. Like, I wouldn't be there just alone with a couple coworkers and a security guard. I'd have my family with me, and I would be sitting with his family as well. And we would all be huddled in our little spot, leaning on each other for support. I wouldn't be a few rows behind them, leaning over 4 pews to wipe my snots on his mother's shoulder. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Put a 2 in the chat if you think this is bullshit. And of course, put a 1 if you think it's true. Is this bullshit? Let's see the 2s. Let's see all the 2s. Because I think this is bullshit. Or just put a turd. Put a turd in the chat. Let's see turds. Put a bunch of turds, because I call bullshit. And if you call bullshit, I want to see a bunch of turds in the chat. Like, light it up with turds. I want anybody watching this later to realize that we thought this was bullcrap. Total bullcrap. Prosecutors have called Spanish Fork police officer Chris Bagley to the stand. Bagley was an officer at UVU at the time that Charlie was big banged in September of 2025. The court is set to view gruesome new images from the 2025 unaliving of Charlie Kirk. New images. Gruesome new images. The court is set to view them because they will not allow the public to see this in a public trial. They are holding these from the public. The public's not allowed to see it in the public fucking trial, which makes absolutely zero sense to me. I don't understand it. If any of you guys are attorneys and know what that's about, please feel free to let us know. Baron, where are you? Baron, are you there? Help us out here. Why won't they show us this stuff? The jurors will be shown Exhibits 7, 8, and 9, which prosecutors indicate contain graphic photographic evidence related to the horrific Big Bang. I wonder if they're going to show up-close pictures of a wound. If so, I would not believe a single thing. I would want to see the wound very far away, so I could see that it was actually him that the wound is on. I'm just guessing. What other graphic, horrific things would you be showing? Screens will be positioned to prevent courtroom cameras from broadcasting the images to the public, because the public shouldn't be able to see or know anything about this in this public trial. This is not for the public in this public trial. This part isn't public. You're not allowed to see it. The judge said, fuck all of you. You're not seeing any of it. Okay. Charlie Kirk's alleged unaliver Tyler Robinson is in court for day 1 of his preliminary hearing. Robinson, 23, has been charged with aggravated murder, capital first-degree felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, a first-degree felony, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony, 2 counts of tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony. What? Tampering with a witness? Anybody have any clue what the hell that means? What in the world is that? What in the world does that mean? Tampering with a witness? Huh? Committing a violent offense in the presence of a child, a Class A misdemeanor. I love how this other stuff's felonies, but committing a violent offense in the presence of a child is just a misdemeanor. Unreal. You wonder why our world's screwed up. Kirk's alleged unaliver Robinson texted his transgender. They didn't need to put that. They didn't need to tell us that. I don't care if he's transgender. You know what? I'm not thinking of his penis at all. Matter of fact, I had not at any point in time when listening and reading this article did I worry about Tyler Robinson's partner's penis or vagina. Did you guys? Were you guys thinking about it? Were you guys going, wonder what Lance Twiggs got down between her legs? Wonder what's down there. Has he got a dangler? He's got a penis or a vagina. Were you thinking of his penis? Let me know. Were you thinking of his penis? You can be honest. You can be honest. We won't judge you here. They made sure to let us know he's transgender, referring us to this man's genitals, which is fucking weird. Let's be honest, it's weird. I don't care about somebody else's genitals. I really didn't think about it. Not at all. Okay. Anyways, he texted his transgender partner explaining his motive for the unaliving, prosecutors allege. Infuriating ways woke activists who were fired for mocking Charlie Kirk's murder got the last laugh. All right, so in the wake of Charlie Kirk's horrific unaliving, an ugly specter emerged, people perversely celebrating his unaliving. In fact, more than 600 Americans were fired from their jobs over the negative reaction to Kirk's unaliving, according to November 2025 Reuters investigation. Many of these terminations subsequently sparked a flurry of lawsuits, which all claimed their filings were in violation of their First Amendment rights. A number of the legal filings, included one by a biologist and a former cop, have resulted in eye-watering payouts and even seen some people getting their jobs reinstated. All right. Good time. Good to know. Good to know. So, yeah. I am bookmarking this because I think this is absolutely ridiculous. I think it's crazy that they are telling us information in the same article that literally, like, is the opposite of each other, right? It's total opposite of each other. She wasn't sitting with her, but she was on her shoulder, you know. She had a hanky and tears and blah, 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 blah. I mean, like, okay, girl. I can't with this stuff. I just can't with this stuff. It's pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous indeed. So, yeah. What do you guys think? Do you think that yeah, I haven't seen any evidence of them being trans either. I haven't seen any evidence of any of that stuff. And you know what? I mean, I don't really think, I don't know. I guess it matters because Charlie spoke out against that kind of thing, I suppose. However, you know, I don't know. I just think it's like passing the buck and putting us over to thinking he's a furry trans and all this stuff. But, you know, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. If any of you guys want to hop in to the stream, if you guys have the link that I posted, if you want to hop into the stream and give us your take on things, feel free to hop in and let us hear what you got to say. Feel free to jump on in. Let's see. Gary's got 610 people over there watching his show, and he's not even on there. He's not even there. No one's even over there. Not at all. He's not even on his show. I don't get it. YouTube must really hate me. Must really hate me. Furries are trans to emotionally manipulate people. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, thank you, Maeve. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I decided to subscribe to the Daily Mail because I do want to read their ridiculous articles. I get a kick out of them, just like I got a kick out of that one. I've really, I mean, I believe it was them. Is that who that article was? I did a video one time where it was about it was about the video that they showed of Charlie Kirk saying Erika would make a great CEO. They made an article, the Daily Mail did an article on that as well. And in that article, talking about how she would make a fantastic CEO, what did they say they said something else in that one. Let me think here. She would make a great CEO. What was that they said? But it was another thing that like totally contradicted itself. Oh, they said that the one of the donor who asked the question of Charlie Kirk. So in the beginning of the article, they quote the question that this woman asked Charlie at this secret Aspen meeting that triggered him to say Eric would make a great CEO. So they quote her question, The very beginning of the article, this is what she said. Charlie Kirk responded, Erika Kirk would make a great CEO, blah, blah, blah. Then they get towards the end and they say that this donor didn't want anybody to hear her question. She didn't want anybody to know what she said. She didn't want anybody to hear that question. But they actually quoted the question. So like, what the fuck are you talking about? And here's another one where we got like contradicting claims in one article. If you're going to make claims, at least don't make the contradiction in the same article. You know, make a separate article, say that, and then a separate one. So at least maybe some people will read that and they won't notice that you jacked up, you messed up. But, you know, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I mean, how could you say that? Oh, the Gary testicle grift runs deep. Yes. Exactly. Doesn't really make a difference. At the end of the day, that's like evidence of nothing. Maybe that, I don't know, that maybe, I guess they're leaning towards the fact that Tyler was upset with Charlie's take on that kind of thing. And so that's why he did what he did, because he was just so in love with his, you know, furry trans boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever that he identifies as, or, you know, Lance identifies as. And like you said, we've not really seen any evidence that he is trans. It's very strange. It's very strange. Okay. Candace showed how Gary was most likely a paid show. Yeah. I've seen a couple things of Gary's that contradict itself as well. I do have to say, I did watch him and Bays on the same. He and Bays did that live stream together. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Daily Mail are also the propagandists for the toxic, pathetic Sussex crew. It's very entertaining. Yeah, I just find like their articles are just, you know, ex-military. Interesting. Interesting about Lance. Yeah, I knew they were in with TPUSA when Erika made that claim about them dehumanizing her and putting a face to the name. No way anyone against Erika was invited to the correspondence dinner. Right, they are terrible at propaganda. Yeah, it's embarrassing. It truly is. It's an embarrassment when they are just so stupid like that. Let's see what is going down over on X, since none of you guys want to join me. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Oh, shoot. We got Andrew Covet running his fucking dumbass mouth. Let's have a look at that. Good old Andrew. Good old Andrew. Let's see what he has to say today. Candace, you and Charlie were not friends, okay? He managed you. He kept things light and polite so you wouldn't turn on the organization. Show me any proof of genuine friendship from the last 12 months of his life, from the last 18 months, from the last 24 months, not some 2018 text, something recent. You gave him anxiety whenever you called or texted, asking, demanding to speak at our events. He made me or Justin deal with you and George. This is why you tried to hire me in February of 2024 for PR. I agreed to go along with it against my better judgment. Oh, look, he's giving me a shout out. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you. That's so sweet of him. I agreed to go along with it against my better judgment because Charlie asked me to keep you close and protect the organization from you. The publicist I tried to hire to run point prayed about it and felt the Lord told her firm. What a douche canoe. Do you fucking listen to this shit? This is so retarded. The publicist I tried to hire to run point, they prayed about it and felt that the Lord told her a firm no. And so I ultimately declined. This is your central foundational lie. You were not his friend. You were not his defender. You were his tormentor. And now you torment his wife and the organization he built. Candace, you are a fraud. Oh, Lord. So what do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that? Was Candace not his friend? Maybe she wasn't his friend after all. Is that something? Is he onto something? Yes, he's a douche, big douche, But what do you guys think about this? Do you think Candace was not his friend? Has she shown text messages from recently, or have they all been older text messages? I can't recall. I can't recall whether she has or not. Yeah, Andrew gave me a shout out. Ain't that sweet, Angela? That old doucher gave me a shout out. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited. I was like, I'm like, oh, thanks, Andrew. Oh my God. Oh my God. Andrew's a lying sack of poop. All right. Andrew's a bad person. Yep, yep. Even if she wasn't, she's not wrong about the inconsistency surrounding his death. Exactly. Exactly, Kate. I agree. I agree. I completely agree. It doesn't really matter. He was fighting for her to speak at his big conference that summer. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Maeve. Yeah, Candace toured with them, I think, last summer. I actually watched all his videos. They weren't counting on that. Yeah, probably. Well, he got it now. I'm sure he's got it now. Yes, they do always wait for Candace. They really do. Yeah, right. Yeah. He's gonna be on pathetic now. Candace has receipts on their friendship. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and you guys know, I don't know about you, but I have friends and family that I don't speak to for months. It'll be months. And I'll text them and, hey, what's up or whatever. And it's like not even a day has passed. You know what I mean? You do have friends like that. And I think what happened is somebody said that about Candace being giving him anxiety, giving Charlie anxiety. And Andrew really liked that idea. And so he decided to run with it. What's going on here? Can't tell what's going on. So he decided to run with it, and he was like, oh, that's a good one. Allegedly, in my opinion. And so now he says it. I think somebody else said it and he was like, yeah, that's a good one, Yeah, she has posted a video with Charlie speaking about her, right? My friend literally called me last night and told me some weird news. We hadn't spoken months. I picked up on the first ring. Exactly. And as you grow up and become adults, that happens a lot more often because you are doing your own life. You don't have time for, sometimes you just don't have time to make phone calls and bullshit for, an hour every couple days or whatever with your friends. Sometimes you already know what's going on, especially with social media. You know what your friends are up to. You can see it all over Facebook and X and everywhere you look. And so you don't really need to check in to see how they're doing because you can see it unfolding right in front of your eyes, right there on social media. And so we do have friends that we don't call every single time, And so even if she didn't talk to him literally every single time, every single day and all that, doesn't mean they weren't close. And it absolutely doesn't mean that she's not wrong in, coming to his defense here in this current situation. Mason Lemmy says you should be brought to court, put on the stand, and questioned about your knowledge of 9/10. We know you had foreknowledge, and you will be judged by God at the end of your pathetic life. And this is August of 20.
And how is your relationship with Candace Owens nowadays?
She's a great friend. Look, I don't agree with everything Candace says, but you know what I don't do? I don't stop being friends with people just because people morally blackmail me. I have different views on a lot of geopolitics. But honestly, I traveled the country with Candace. I went to her wedding. I saw her meet her husband. I went to Israel with Candace, which is a fun story I'll tell you at some point. But what I don't like is when people demand, you must stop being friends with somebody. Whoa. And so I think the world of Candace. She's a great mother. She certainly has very, very fun opinions at times. And she's a great talent. She says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with, but that's what makes our relationship and our friendship interesting. My advice to all of you, you might not like somebody, but never tell somebody like me to stop being friends with somebody on an interpersonal level just because of disagreement.
Yeah. There you have it. August 21st of 2025. Please don't invite Candace. Da, 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 da. We saw those. Here you go, dumbass. Here's Charlie talking about his friendship with Candace less than a month before he died. August 21st with Alex McFarland in Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I mean, clear as day, right? Clearly he was good with her. He was friends with her. They had a friendship. He loved her. And like he said, maybe he didn't agree with her on some points, but I mean, I don't think there's another single person on the whole entire world that agrees with everything I say. Even my husband doesn't agree with half the shit I say. Okay. And so I don't think we'll ever find a person that agrees with you on every single thing in the world. That's just not possible. And so you're still friends with people, even though you have differing opinions and things like that. It happens. It happens. Yeah, he's too dumb to be a good liar. I have to agree on that. Mia says, let's get one thing crystal clear, Andrew Colvett. You live off Turning Point tax-free dollars and donations. That's your fucking paycheck. You survive off Turning Point USA's fat tax-free donations and whatever checks keep your grift alive. You say whatever they need you to say just to cash those bills, and everyone with a brain sees right through your pathetic act. Candace and Charlie were extremely close. Word is he didn't trust your ass, and you were about to get fired anyway. Less than 10 days before his unaliving, and no, it wasn't Tyler Robinson, Charlie drops a bomb that he initiated a full Doge audit into TPUSA and an investigation into suspicious financial activity because he knew people inside his own organization were stealing money. Now that's some real interesting fucking timing, isn't it? And here's a copy of the Doge audit. Pretty interesting. Oh, and Blake chimes in, my favorite bald-headed bastard. Oh, you Blake. Ball height Blake. All right, ball height Blake. As Charlie once told us, Candace is very easy to understand once you realize all she cares about is money. Is he for real? Is this idiot for real? That Candace is all about money? Oh my god. Is he for real? Like who? Like what? Like how? Like what? Like bitch, what? Where's my picture of that little faggot? And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I have nothing against gay people. Nothing at all. I don't care. I don't care what you're doing with your penises and vaginas. Guess what? I don't care. I got my own vagina to worry about, and that's the only one I worry about. And I worry about my husband. But that's it. I don't care about you and your vagina. So do what you want. I don't care about you and your penis. You do what you want with your penis. But I really don't like it when a closeted gay guy comes out here and he is nasty to gay people. I don't like it. Okay. And I'm a bitch. And so therefore, I bitch about it. So when I call him a faggot and I call him a little, gay bastard and all the stuff I call him, please know that it's nothing against any other people that are gay. I don't care. I just care about Blake being a little, closeted gay guy who thinks he can rip on people and, call them gay and everything, even though he is extremely gay. Here it is. I'm going to show you guys this picture. This is Blake, ball height. Let me rename it so I can find it easily. This is ball height Blake Neff. Ball height. Somebody made this AI and I absolutely love it. And one of you guys made me promise to use this in all my videos when I put Blake on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and present you guys Blake Neff with ball height Blake Neff. Let me find it. It is in, what is it? Pictures of people and Ball height, Blake Neff. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Look at this. Ball height, Blake Neff. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Beautiful, beautiful picture of Blake. Love you, Blake. I just want to smack his bald head like whack real hard. You know how that would sound? It would sound so satisfying, wouldn't it? It would. It would. Perfect height for a ball sucker. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is the perfect height for him. Little bitty Blake. I think, you know, he probably sits up on a stool on the Charlie Kirk show, so he looks like he's taller. It might be fake. He's too tall in that photo. Yeah, you know what? It might be AI. He is a little too tall in this one, Trumpet. It might be AI. It might be AI because he is ball height. He's ball height. You know. I've heard he knows what to do with a ball sack. That's all I'm saying. I heard that allegedly. He knows what to do with a ball sack. And it's probably why. He's ball height. He's ball height. Yeah, Blake Neff is a liar. They never show any proof of any of this stuff, allegedly. Exactly. It's like, you know, they run their mouth and literally nobody cares what they say ever. Like ever. Ian Carroll chimed in on that one too and said, oh boy, you should probably take a break from the internet, Andrew. You're putting really unintelligent things in writing. Mason said, you're actually insane. You'll be judged by God. Your pathetic life is over. Oh, yes. Lots of good stuff in there. They keep, and people in the comment section just keep quoting or keep showing that thing, you know, because I'm going to show you this other video. I don't know if this is the one I used the other day. Let's see. Let me show you this one. Remove ad. Here we go. This is Christina. I think it's Faquette. I think it's Faquette. I'm not sure. I hope I'm not saying her name wrong. I feel so bad because I don't really know what it is. But here, here's a little clip she made.
Turns out Andrew and Blake weren't lying about there being a video where Charlie Kirk appoints a successor to Turning Point USA. I just don't think they're going to be that happy about who it actually is.
Here's this beautiful, articulate, energetic black woman who's going to bring truth to power. I might go into early retirement, folks, and just handle the whole thing right here. I mean, seriously, it's unbelievable. War, I'll tell you what, I'll close with this. I'm such a believer in Candace, and if the 20th century taught us one thing, through the horror, through the slaughter, through the genocide, through the wars, the one thing it taught us is a single individual, one person, can change the course of history. Whether it be Gandhi, Winston Churchill, Ronald Reagan, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Margaret Thatcher. And I believe you're looking at one of the people that 50 years from now is going to be one of those people that will turn around. Thank you guys so much. With your help, we're going to win. Thank you.
I love the energy. My God, what they had was just so sincere and real and authentic, which we can't say at all about his marriage at this point, not even a little bit. Look how canned his introduction to Erika is.
It's my hero and the love of my life, Erika Kirk.
Notice he doesn't say shit about her. He just doesn't say shit about Erika. He's like, here's the kid's ass wiper. And I can't. Oh my gosh. All right. So Candace owns an Andrew Corvette yesterday, eh? Let's see what she had to say. I'm glad you finally came to the surface, rat. Your previous employees told me that it was you and Erika that were teaming up with the YouTubers to put out the utterly fake narrative that Charlie and I were not friends and he had anxiety. Making sure you guys can see this, that he had anxiety. You also worked together to lie about his pull towards Catholicism and to put out the deranged narrative that I secretly loved Charlie and hadn't spoken to him since 2019, despite me touring with him through May of 2024. Wow. Your lies are easy to debunk. And the thing about that is they really are. I wish I had my air cult shirt on today. It says no air cult. It says no air cult. And if you are on the server, there's a link to the merch if you would like your own. But yeah, it's like the only people that believe these testimonies from Blake and Andrew are the people that are in the air cult. And they literally are just innocent people who have gotten, dragged in and dragged in, psychologically tricked, in my opinion, allegedly. They've just got drugged, they're innocent people. They haven't had a rough life. They haven't had, in my opinion, they probably haven't been screwed over. They probably haven't been screwed over before. They probably haven't experienced some of the things in life that we have experienced that makes us see these red flags. There's a reason we see this stuff and they don't, right? There's a reason for that. They're innocent people, they're all innocent people. And I feel bad for them, but they're stuck now. They're in the air cult. They think that because she says the Lord, because she quotes Bible verses, because she does all this stuff, that she is somehow not some type of Jezebel. They don't see the crazy. They don't see, the same stuff that we see a mile away. We see it and we're like, oh yeah, look at that shit. Because we've been there. We've gone through it. We know what it's about. We know what's coming when they open their mouth, like the whole thing. We know. And the only people that believe these guys are the air cult. And so they do post this stuff. And they post on here and they hope that people will believe them. They hope the innocent people who still donate money, who still think that they know what they're talking about, who still believe anything that they just, they post for them. That's for their benefit. It's not for us, because they know we don't believe them. Right? They know we're going to laugh at them and their comment section is going to be full of hate. They already know that because it's hilarious. And it's, it's dumb. Like the shit that they say is just absolutely like, okay. So anyways, yeah, your lies they're easy to debunk. I simply could not have demanded to speak at any TPUSA event because we had a speaker contract that rolled over annually, Andrew. This means I never had to beg or event request to speak at any event because I was contractually obligated to speak at every major TPUSA event every year. There's that too. She was contractually obligated to speak every year. Why would she beg? Why would she beg? That makes absolutely no sense. It's utterly ludicrous to suggest he didn't pick up my calls because I never call. Any person who knows me knows I never pick up or call people, but you lie so much, I'm going to accept this easy challenge to prove that you're a liar by releasing every single time I dialed Charlie's number for the past 3 years. Oh shit. As soon as I am back on air, that will be released. Gratefully, telephone logs go back 5 years. I simply prefer to text, and I thank God for that, as I've been able to debunk your lies about Charlie because of that habit. Like I said, your number one problem is you are dumb. Oh my God, I love her. I love her. This is so well said. Do you know what I would have had? You know what I would have said. You guys know what I would have said to Andrew. I couldn't have helped myself. I would have been like, you know what, Andrew, fuck all the way off Andrew Corbett because you are a retard. That's what I would have said. And I'm not as eloquent as Candace. I'm not as well spoken as Candace, right? I just come out and, she says it all so well. Regarding your narrative that we never spoke, I literally just released Charlie and I discussing your partner Johnny Moore's demonic attack against Christ is King, a convo initiated by Charlie. Those messages are dated May of 2025. But hey, let's hear Charlie in his own words regarding our friendship, shall we? Here's Charlie, captured August 21st, 2025, 3 weeks before he died. He made it clear on stage that I was his friend and he wouldn't be morally blackmailed against our friendship by people like you. Also, the night before he died, he texted you guys saying he wanted me back at AmFest after your Zionist backers demanded I be put on ice for AmFest 2024. Why did he text Justin and tell him he wanted me back? Do you deny that happened? Those were, again, Charlie's words, one of the last wishes he expressed. So is Charlie lying to his audience and to his team in private conversations week before he died? Andrew, Or are you simply a special kind of demon for attempting to rewrite history and convince the world that his real friends were people like Ben Shapiro and the very Zionists he was fighting against for his freedom? Despite the millions of dollars spent, the world sees what is real. Truth cannot be destroyed. Neither can Charlie's voice. Here it is. And just for the record, let's play it again.
Me. I don't do that, and you shouldn't either. But honestly, I traveled the country with Candace. I went to her wedding. I saw her meet her husband. I went to Israel with Candace, which is a fun story I'll tell you at some point. I think the world of Candace. She's a great mother. She certainly has very, very fun opinions at times, and she's a great talent. She says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with, but that's what makes our relationship and our friendship interesting.
Let me say, if he got anxiety around Candace and he was like, all this stuff Andrew said, he would not be saying this on stage 3 weeks before he died. He wouldn't be saying this. Not at all. Not if she gave him anxiety and shit. No. And not if no, not at all. I don't believe it. Candace says, feels good to finally get to the final boss of the PR idiocy. The final boss. And look, this is basically how we're all sitting on here reading our stuff all the time. We're like, oh shit, here it goes, here it goes. That is great. That is great. Oh. The Force says you should not defend everything that the Philadelphian government does, period. You are loyal to one thing only. You are loyal to Jesus Christ, and that is it. That is your standard. Charlie Kirk. Lord Jesus Christ is king. Grok got you, Candace. Public records show Kirk and Owens maintain a visible close friendship into 2025. They collaborated professionally for years at TPUSA. Owens described him as a best friend / brother, and Kirk publicly defended their friendship as recently as August 2025, about 20 days before his assassination, contradicting the no recent friendship claim. That was Grok. Okay, even Grok said it. Yeah. On the first day of the preliminary hearing, Andrew and Blake putting all their time and energy to fight with Candace, poorly I might add, speaks volumes. It really does. It really does. It does speak volumes. They are absolutely ridiculous. I bet she did. She hates Candace. She hates that. Oh my God, she hates her so bad. Yeah, time to homeschool. If you have young children, it's time to figure it out. Time to homeschool. I mean, they're better off than listening to these people who are picking out their books and everything else they're picking out. It's ridiculous. It truly is. Truly is ridiculous. Let's see what else these idiots post. I just think it's hilarious. What's this again? Charlie's own words.
The government knew it was going to happen, and at the probable, the government was involved in the assassination of JFK. Plus, JFK assuredly has elements of that. That if we get to the facts, again, we don't know, but we can speculate. We know that Lee Harvey Oswald didn't act alone. We know that there's some very suspicious stuff, the motorcade slowing down, what happened to JFK's head, what happened to the grassy knoll, why Zapruder got it on film, head went back to the right. They're very elementary telling that Lee Harvey Oswald from the Texas School Book Depository, who was a bad shot in his class with a single bolt action rifle, was able to get off that many rounds in a short period of time with pinpoint accuracy, be able to get JFK twice in the head, and then also penetrate the governor of Texas without a second shooter yet. Every what?
You know, it's crazy that his Andrew and Blake ever take a stance that they're taking the stance that they are in this entire thing. It's absolutely wild to me and mind-blowing to me when I listen to the things Charlie says. And I can't believe that people who followed Charlie Kirk and loved Charlie Kirk ever believe Andrew and Blake. I mean, I'm just listening to a few little things and I can clearly see where Charlie stood on many, many topics. I mean, and they want to tell us differently. They want to tell us that, we should believe the lone, unaliver theory with Tyler Robinson. I mean, Charlie sat right here and says what he believed in. and what his thoughts and feelings were on things like of this nature. You would think his friends, Andrew and Blake, his actual friends, supposedly his friends, would be behind Candace 100%. Why would they take a position opposite her when they know Charlie would have never believed his own unaliving case? Charlie would have never believed his own unaliving. If he was here to discuss what happened, he would not have believed it. And I can see that clear as day just from not even a minute of this video, not even a moment we watched this. And I could clearly see, you know, like he said, things aren't adding up. Things don't make sense. This. The same thing goes here. And what they did to him is sickening. If they are involved, what they did to him is sickening. If they had to be involved afterwards, you know, to kind of, I don't know, cover everything up, clear everything up, whatever, it's disgusting. It's sickening. And it's shameful. They should be ashamed of themselves. They should truly just be so sickened by themselves. I don't know how they go day to day. I really don't. I really honestly don't. I mean, could you ever do that? Could you ever do that kind of thing? To a friend? Even if you didn't really care for the person, even if you didn't really like the person, could you be involved in something like this? I mean, this takes some kind of person to be able to be involved in this kind of thing. And it takes a certain kind of person to sit up there all over the internet and say that you believe that Fed slop. I mean, I guess if you are really fucking stupid, then I could see that. But I don't think they're as stupid. I think, you know, Andrew's a little bit like, you know, retarded, but I mean, still he ain't that stupid. I don't think Blake's that stupid. I just don't. I don't think they're that stupid. And so there's got to be a whole other reason why they're taking that position. That's the only thing that makes sense. They're either very, very stupid, which I don't think they are, or they've got a reason to take the position that they're taking. And it's disgusting. It disgusts me. I can't even believe anybody follows them. They should have been canceled. They should have been canceled by now. That Charlie Kirk show should have 0 views. Maybe 2. Because their wives can watch. Well, Andrew's wife, Blake's doll, I guess. He can set it up for his doll. And his mom, maybe. But I can't believe anybody would support the Charlie Kirk show at all after all this. And after they took that position that they took. I'm ashamed of people who do, to be honest. It's shameful. We don't lie and nobody believes me. Pretty much sums it up. Meanwhile, Erika is crying with Charlie's mother and being consoled by his father because she loves Charlie. Charlie chose Erika because she is beautiful and brilliant. Actually, no, they went to the court hearing separate. Erika sat a few rows behind his parents and then leaned up 5 rows to put her head on Charlie's mom's shoulder. Yeah, 5 rows because she's super tall. Yeah. Andrew has been recently seeding the narrative that Charlie distanced himself from me. Here's Andrew in his own words on a text chain with me and Charlie in May of 2024 denying that charge. Charlie had my back 100%. His donors were the ones pressuring him, and he always expressed to me that he thought the Daily Wire was behind the sudden push. The truth wins. And here's a text chain between Andrew Covet, Charlie Kirk. All right, let's see what it says. Andrew says, geez, we're not distancing ourselves from you. We had a bunch of donors that want us to, but we deal with them one-on-one. And this website is a resource explaining things. Most of them are fine once we sit and talk with them. I wonder if it's Ben personally or DW. Pretty dirty. And Charlie Kirk says, Candace, we are with you 100%. Wow. May of 2024. Not that Andrew Corvette could sink any lower by lying about how Charlie felt and what and whom he supported, but today he is promoting the NCRI, the Creators of Christ is King is Anti-Semitic study. Charlie was actually the one who texted me that report. He was sickened by their crap. Charlie specifically sent me the tweet from Andrew's first PR partner, Reverend Johnny Moore, when he's not busy allowing starving Palestinians to be ruthlessly unalived running for food. He apparently teams back up with Andrew to misrepresent everything Charlie stood for and against. Again, this one is actually from 2025. This isn't even 2024. This is 2025. Not even 2024. This is 2025. Okay. Charlie Kirk, new number. And here's an article or a post from X that he sent. And he goes, "Oh my God, can you believe this crap?" She said, "This is nuts. Christianity is being attacked." And he says, 100%. Wow. Interesting. "One more fight, Charlie. I don't fear these demons. We will win." Babylon BB said, "Smoked him." Here's an idiot. Candace, stop gaslighting. These occasional surface level text messages is exactly what Andrew said. Charlie was humoring you so you wouldn't go full lunatic. Too late now. Can you provide any actual evidence of true friendship for the past 18 months? Why don't you release all the text messages and let the people decide if you were actually friends or not? Okay, so fuck all the way off Zev. She literally just showed everybody that she was still in contact with him. She has him sitting in a chair telling people that they are very close friends. How much more fucking evidence do you need than it coming from Charlie's own mouth 3 weeks before he died? How dumb can you be? Seriously, honest to God, how dumb do you have to be? You saw Charlie sit there right there and say, "Candace and I are very good friends. Blah, 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 blah." What more evidence? You want a text message? Why? You could just watch Charlie say it 3 weeks before he died. Are you serious right now? And the fact that she was obligated to speak at every event proves that Andrew is a liar about her begging to speak at events. And how about Andrew prove she was begging, right? If she was begging, how about Andrew prove she was begging? Andrew could prove she was begging if she was begging. Why does the proof have to fall on her shoulders to prove they were friends? Andrew could just prove, here she is begging and begging to work. Here she is begging to speak. Here's all the messages of her begging to speak at this event she's contractually obligated to speak at. Obligated. That means you might not want to, but you have to. That's what that means. That's what obligated means. You might not want to do it, but you signed on the dotted line, and so you have to. So you're obligated to do it. That doesn't mean you're begging for it at all. Not at all. Goofballs, dude. Goofballs. Dumb and dumber. Left nut, right nut. You guys know the drill. Left sack and right sack. Totally goofy. Totally goofy. Right. Let's see the text proof that Charlie trusted Andrew at the end. Exactly.
Court is back in session.
All right, we're back.
Noting the presence of counsel, I believe we left off. Cross-examination. Ms. Nestor, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, may it please the court.
All right, you may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do want to circle back before I start my new section on I just want to specify two things. First of all, we talked about that you had no briefing or no materials about security on campus for this particular event. Did you ever have any operational or tactical plan that you were given for that event?
For this event, no.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've done SWAT in the past.
Yes.
Were you a sniper?
I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So okay, just strike that. Also, we talked about the holster that was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
Wow. Good security guard.
All right, and I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
I guess so about 30 seconds to get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent to assess to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot, didn't know exactly what was going on.
I heard the gunshot, found a holster, and just left
So
it
let me
sit.
ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
Unreal.
When I got down to the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around, so I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out, and that's why I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off, and there was much
We literally just saw all those people wandering the grassy knoll. What is he talking about?
evidence preserved as possible.
And you heard a big bang, and you find a holster on the ground up high, and you don't do anything with that. Now you're coming down to preserve the grassy knoll where everybody's literally walking around on video, walking around, having a good time, picking shit up. This is absolutely obscene. I can't even believe this guy's talking in the courtroom, and this such incompetence. This should be thrown out on that basis alone. They paved over the goddamn crime scene. Nobody got anything investigated. There's another holster sitting there up high. We don't know where up high is. They made him point out everywhere he stood. They made him point out where at noon he farted over on this area 2 feet away from the railing, but they don't tell us where the fucking holster was. That's like, oh, it was up higher. What does that mean? Where? Point it out. Where did you find it? What the hell?
Just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
Yeah.
What do you mean by the parameter? So
The perimeter,
Wow.
like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Oh, well, at first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody, so to me it would be a close encounter, so I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings or to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part,
When did that
and
happen?
getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster. When I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that it was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay.
What? Wait.
And that's when you saw the low-C building and it occurred to you, you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
So right when he saw the holster laying on the ground, right when he saw the holster laying on the ground, that's when it occurred to him that it was a rifle shot, not a gunshot. When he saw the holster, then the sound from 5 minutes ago registered to him, and he was like, "Oh, it wasn't a gun; it was a rifle." Even though there's a holster laying right here in front of me. I'm going to go check this. I'm going to look over to the Losi building and go up there because, I mean, this holster here, any other officer of the law would have stopped everything and put some crime scene tape around that, got an officer up there to stand next to this piece of evidence, key evidence in a, big bang. The gun from the holster would be pretty important to find out. Yeah, the empty holster. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, and he doesn't know what she's talking about. What's the parameter of your crime scene? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean parameter of the crime scene? I mean, yeah. And once you got everybody off the grass, sorry, you didn't get shit off of there because there was 10 people wandering around. And yeah, they don't point out at any point in time yet, Jeannie, where they found this holster. He just keeps saying it was up high. But then as soon as he saw the holster, he remembered it had to have been a sniper. It had to have been a sniper.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your collar, is that right?
I was right on my
Your
chest. Yes.
Okay, and it was on.
Yes.
Where's the
And
footage?
it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the Losi building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And
That is unbelievable to me. Unbelievable.
it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
Or a handgun. Yeah. And so the two of you go to the Losi building.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Losi building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point, then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, that we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw
Oh
him
my
jump
God.
off
And
the
him
building,
admitting
that I
this
knew
is
he was off the building.
crazy.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again.
Oh my God.
So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
Yeah,
You
I didn't
did
see
watch?
anybody.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me, so
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
no,
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
no,
Someone threw it up?
yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where the person would be laying down with a sniper, as being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't,
Yes,
right? And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
no,
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof
I'm not. aware.
vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
I know.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
Oh my
I think the battery
God.
went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it?
Oh my
Usually
God.
dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
What about the guy who was with them? This is
You mentioned
crazy.
when you went to the police department, you watched the video.
Wow.
Where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of the, I think you called it the sniper perch, somebody use your words. It looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
more of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
Now, I've seen somebody say, couldn't they get a better lawyer for this young man? But this lady has just literally created so much doubt. I think she's doing a fabulous job. Actually, the questions that she's asking have literally created so much doubt. I mean, we're all sitting here with our jaws dropped open listening to this because she just made this, she just blew this up. If he even, she's this one witness, can you imagine the rest of them? This is insane.
And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did
Bullshit.
you
We all
describe
saw
that
the
in your
video. There
report
wasn't a
as
long black object.
Bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right, let's pull that report back up.
Wow.
please.
He doesn't even know. He's looking at his report to see what he said in his report. He's like, fuck, I don't know. What did they tell me to say again? You would remember. Fuck out of here.
Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please. Page 5 on the.
Wow,
on
dude,
back
this
one.
is wild. I'm in shock.
So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out.
Hmm.
Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I can see there's an object in that left hand. Yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect. A long object.
But he didn't say in his report.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
Wow.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
video.
like an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay.
He could have had a 52-inch dildo under that towel.
All right.
Unreal.
At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
It was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe. somewhere
Is that
around there.
dude laughing?
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
That they know.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know,
Exhibit 35, I think.
yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay.
He said, Exhibit 35. She's like, that's right. It's Exhibit 35. That's right. You remembered. Like, you can't remember shit all else. And your testimony completely sucks because you sound like a complete and total, like, terrible at your job. Just terrible. But you remember it was Exhibit 35. Good boy.
And the pictures you were shown, exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or
I
who
guess
took
they
them?
were drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone? Like
Sergeant Ken Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may, Ms.
Just one
Nestor.
moment.
She literally just destroyed him. The judge is even in shock. He's like, geez, oh man. This is absolutely obscene.
One last thing I want to clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards,
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
so Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of the stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day.
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
Right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed
Yes.
on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster.
About time. About time we find out where the hell this is at. This is wild.
Oh, here we are.
We don't get to see it though, but you know.
So again, the question is where was that
Oh, maybe we
holster
do.
lying when you observed it?
So again, this is the picture of the courtyard area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be the waterfalls on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building? Okay.
And that's where I could see straight up where the line of sight was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer.
Witness may be excused. They're like, get him out of here.
Just for the benefit of those in attendance, you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water and what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it.
Drink your water. You just can't get
Let's
up
go
to
the
pee at all.
state. Ready to proceed with your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right.
Everybody pray we don't have to
Like,
go
come
over
forward
these
and be
pictures
sworn
again
in.
with this new guy. Please let it not
You
be
do
the
solemnly swear
same
that the
thing.
testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, if you'd like to be seated right here at the witness, in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel?
Thank you,
whenever
Judge.
you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
You, I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS? Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency besides the DPS?
No, just the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations, Major Crimes Division as an investigator.
Okay. Is SBI an acronym or an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is, yes.
I can refer to it as the SBI and we're all on the same page, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with major crimes.
Major crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases, fraud cases. Kind of cover the whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have you either played a role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
And is that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work at the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7, 365, but predominantly Monday through Thursday, office hours.
Okay. On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville, and I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. And what did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I had been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event, that it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you're still up in Taylorsville at your office?
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point. Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah
Yes.
Valley?
Yes, we were. We were asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was.
Okay, and do you recall who directed you to come down to Utah Valley?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jensen.
And is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that, is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes. But it would be normal for us to be called out to assist another agency.
Okay, so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide?
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
My assumption was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025, how familiar were you with the Utah Valley University campus?
Not very. I think I maybe had been there once before.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus,
Okay,
yes.
and in what way or how?
Both in walking the campus and looking at the incident scene, in viewing surveillance video of the campus and the surrounding areas, and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll come back to that here in a moment. Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others. I remember Sergeant Falmina, Sergeant Bricker, Sergeant L. Schultz, Sergeant Clark, Agent Brian Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence. Federal entities, I believe the FBI, the DEA, ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local agencies on scene also.
So had all these folks responded by the time you got here, or had they responded prior to, or?
Some could have been on scene prior to, some were arriving while I was arriving, others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was that go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did.
Mhm.
So let's talk about that. How did your role change from what you initially came down to do to whatever it evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place. And I was informed by my lieutenant that myself and Agent Davis would be taking lead on the investigation on behalf of the State Bureau of Investigations.
So the SBI was going to be the lead investigative agency?
Correct.
And you were going to be the lead case agent?
Yes, sir.
Along with Agent
Davis.
Davis. Okay. What does it mean to be the lead investigator or the lead case agent?
Depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in. Typically, scenes are fairly chaotic initially, so you're trying to process as much information as possible and make as much use of the available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Okay. So you played an active role in organizing?
In coordination with the administrations of all of the agencies that were on scene, yeah, we were trying to coordinate efforts and get to pertinent information as quickly as possible.
Do you recall whether assignments were made, at least with the SBI agents that responded with you?
Yeah, we have a core group within major crimes that were assigned specific tasks.
Okay. And do they include the agents that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So each one of those agents with the SBI were given a specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to whom?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the State Crime Lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's surveillance and operations team to start working through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded. Sergeant Clark was tasked with the area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available information from the immediate area around campus. Sergeant L. Schultz was working with the SIAC and other administration to try and manage the flow of information that had started to occur.
Just real quick, thank you so much. A lady, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. She said, for your trouble and humor, thank you. That is very sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. All right, back to the show.
You said that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. You said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
It kind of became organized chaos, but we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos. Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet.
Wow, they did a piss poor job of that.
Information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
Okay. And do you know
or Amber
who?
Wright.
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Miss Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect that video. Unfortunately, she wasn't available that day, but Agent Davis was able to go meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Miss Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection,
Well,
I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have...
He doesn't
in front of you,
know.
What, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my
Okay.
investigation that was part of discovery.
And referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Miss Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
You may.
Miss Wright was
She doesn't
contacted on
have
April
those?
7th.
That's crazy. This is insane to me.
All right. Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward, you may.
Yep.
This is wild.
Mr. Sturgill, when you go back, if you wouldn't mind shifting the lectrum to my right.
You're right.
Yes, it just appears when the camera's focused on you, just the way it's positioned, you're in front of the witness, and we just want to make sure that.
Yeah, it's only going to go that far, Judge.
All right,
Is that going to be
that's-
far enough?
I think that is sufficient. So, all right, thank you. I appreciate your help
Yeah, I
with
did
that.
just start from the, are we still connected? Okay.
All right, let's make sure that Mr. Sturgill is picked up.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
And if I could make,
So-
if I could make a correction to that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this first.
So he needs to ask you a
Yeah,
question.
okay.
So, Mr. Sturgill.
So you've had a moment to look at your
Yes,
notes?
sir.
Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Ms. Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Ms. Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Is that how it happened?
Yes,
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went?
correct.
Okay, gotcha.
We don't even know what this is about. She had a video? What? Who is she?
And
What?
what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
My understanding is that some edits were made by your office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But let me ask you this. Did you or Agent Davis visit with Ms. Wright again?
Yes, that was in April, and that was where my correction was. The video was originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay, let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay, so someone with the SBI collected a video
Yes.
from Amber Wright.
Yes, Agent Mortensen contacted Ms. Wright on October 8th, and a video was provided to him electronically on October 11th.
Okay, and
Why would they have to visit
now I'll
her?
ask the next question.
Or was it to
What, if
pick up the
anything, has
video?
been done either by you
Why
or
would they
another
visit her?
agent with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Ms. Wright to arrange a meeting so that Ms. Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
Okay, and who had that follow-up visit with Ms. Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able to attend.
Okay, and you know that happened because you spoke to Agent Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written statement that Ms. Wright had completed
Okay.
at 11:02.
And so you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a form or a piece of scratch paper? What do you recall?
My recollection is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement, which is a written form that is filled out by a witness that contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, do you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes,
It includes that advisory.
yes.
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
All right.
I agree, Awakening. I wish they'd close up on this man.
And what do you recall is the essence of that written statement from Ms. Wright? I mean, what does it basically say?
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's statement when she is not here present in court to be cross-examined. We did include those constitutional arguments in our standing objection. Also, this does fall under the type of document that should be safeguarded under Rule 4-202.02, Parent 8, Parent F as in Frank, and or should be classified as protected under subsection 5O as in orange, because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically a victim's. I mean, if she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested that, particularly because the video contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
All right, and so if you wouldn't mind just restating
Wow.
the rule that you're relying upon, so I
Fucking
can
judge should
fully
know it.
look at your
Well, I guess
objection.
not.
It's the UCJA, the Utah, Code of Judicial Administration. I just blanked. The Utah Code of Judicial Administration for Rule 4-202.02, parenthetical 8, parenthetical F as in Frank, and or parenthetical 5 and parenthetical capital O.
All right, thank you. I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
getting there. I want to review this before I hear from Mr. Sturgill.
Look how mad he is. He's pacing now. He's like, fuck. And this guy's like, well, hold on now. Tell him this, tell him that.
All right, I've reviewed that, Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that it was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included the warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like.
We'd like her to be
Well,
here so
that's
she
kinda
can be
where I was going, Judge, is
cross-examined.
I was trying to lay a
fuck
little
do
bit
you
more
mean?
foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. And as we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay.
Wow.
As does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
That's crazy.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
No one should be allowed to say anything unless they can be cross-examined. That's crazy.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we just want to make a record too that it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined. And for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just that 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require that the witness be here.
It doesn't require the witness be reliable at all. They can be a total dickhead, and they can be a liar. She should have 22. She should just put a statement on the internet. Anybody want to come and do some hearsay here at court because it's allowed? And she should have 48,000 people come in and be like, well, Judge, I have 72 people to bring forth. They have something to say as well. If they're using hearsay, we could all fucking go. Why don't we all just sign up and go? What the hell is this? This is a joke. Nobody moved to Utah because this is retarded.
I've had a chance to review State's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor noted, UCJA 4-202.02 and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it. And I'm sorry.
So let me just hear your full argument.
Yeah, I didn't realize you wanted to hear all of it. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but.
Well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's
Right.
focus on the 1102 and we'll stop there and I can make my ruling. And then if there's any
You know he's
objections,
gonna
I
overrule
just
her
need to take it
objection.
one step at a time to be thorough. So
Sure.
I'll hear all your arguments about the 1102 statement. I'll return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts, and then I'll make my ruling, and then we can move to the next
I
stage.
appreciate that, Judge. And I think I think I have addressed the 1102 question. As far as admissibility under Rule 1102, I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that, and it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, and beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Oh, you will. You'll let the
As it
judge.
relates to, well, let me take it
How
one
nice
at a
of you.
time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information here: address, phone number, social security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we'd provided a redacted version of that. Yeah.
So ridiculous.
I think I've clarified what's going on here. I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
This is a shit show. This is absolutely horrendous.
Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
Wow.
All right, I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming
Yeah.
on my screen to review it. All right. Okay, no,
Overruled.
that's fine. It's not, it's just from my, that I can look it on my screen because I'm trying to evaluate. So if you just want to put it back on my screen.
Gemini says, I'm off work now. I can type now. Yay.
Well,
Get in the chat, Gemini.
So what I'm doing is I'm looking at this, and just for clarity, moving forward, if there is a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no misunderstanding, and I can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to assume,
Right.
and I want to do the proper analysis. All right, so
And I appreciate that, Judge, and I apologize. I understood that we were presenting redacted copies today, and
Okay.
if think there's
No,
just
that's
been a little bit of a glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
All right, and Ms. Nestor, I just want to make sure that you're looking at this exhibit as opposed to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
What the hell?
All right, and as I'm determining it, it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill,
Certainly,
or
Judge.
provide information for the court?
Wow.
Do that. Do you
He's
have in
like,
front of you,
Jesus wrote the top. Just trust me.
States Exhibit 6.1?
I do, yes.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes the personal information for Ms. Wright, and then directly below that, I think there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by someone else. Is that in fact accurate, that that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence. And then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was, in fact, the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so
This is literally there's no evidence of that. There's just some guy saying that that's what it is. And they're taking this as fact. It's disgusting. I guarantee you he's going to overrule this. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to overrule this. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he's going to sustain and make this, not allow this. Please let me know. I really want to know what you guys think. I think he's going to overrule the shit out of this again, because I'm getting the feeling he's so biased. This is such bullshit. I'm in shock. I've never seen such a shit show in my life when it comes to a court hearing.
You or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not my writing.
All right.
So,
but that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
That's the evidence.
Case,
it's
we
not
were
mine. I don't
specifically
know.
asking them to
It appears someone
verify
else's.
a specific digital file that had a specific digital name. And we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented. We wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And could you leave that on the screen for me, please? I appreciate that. And scroll
This is
down
such
to
a
the
shit
bottom.
show.
I just want to review it one last time. All right. And I believe this is Exhibit 6.1, is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sturgill?
Judge.
Right,
I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned, that final paragraph. It states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole
Unbelievable.
or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this and clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed, and this one with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright is before me, and based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge.
Getting ridiculous. Oh my God.
Agent Hull, that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Herself and her 2 young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits.
There's
and they're
Erika.
filming the ones that are on that screen.
They're
so
all
I guess
leaving
I just need
again.
to clarify that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Whole
No, and I
fucking crew,
appreciate the
they're out of here.
clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the
She
exhibit.
wore white
and
again.
then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published, which can be captured by media, if that's not specifically addressed, I am going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific objection to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGAA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular issue, but any record you wish to make.
Judge, we're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, well, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to exceed my lane by just assuming. So I'll leave it to you to make the argument what you're requesting.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to
yes.
this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on. Were you requesting for it to be published on, so the three, you moved it into evidence, which I approved. It isn't moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, and so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the gate on this one, it's been published.
Wow.
But I think we're all on the same page in regards to how objections may be made and how the court is going to consider it, so we can move forward. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheesy,
you,
for signing up for membership.
personally
That is
watched,
very,
Ms.
very
Wright's
kind of
video?
you. And yes, you can continue to be a smart mouth.
And
That's
what is
what we do
depicted in
here.
that video?
It's a view of Ms. Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
And
Just
absent
thank you,
the
thank you,
written
thank
statement
you.
from Ms. Wright,
Thank you,
can
Cheesy.
you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video.
Hold on, let me give you a
Yes, it's the
thank you.
amphitheater at
A proper
Uni-
thank
Utah
you.
Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay. On your screen, Exhibit 6. Do you see anything on your screen yet? Just the very beginning.
Look, they can't even get the screens working. This is a complete
It's there now.
and total shit show. If this is
Do
how
you
the
recognize
actual
what's
trial
depicted
goes, if
on
he
your
gets,
screen right now?
you
I
know,
do, yes.
And what is that?
this is just crazy.
In the background is the Hall of Flags, and then you have the
This
the
is
gazebo
obscene.
under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from, and then the crowd between where Miss Wright was and the stage.
Okay. But do you recognize what this is the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Miss Wright's video.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1. Oh, I'm sorry, 6. I apologize.
And to what level? Hold on, Ms. Nestor. I just want to get the clarification, and then I'll certainly turn to you. So the levels of admitting into evidence, then the next level is publishing it to the courtroom, and then the next level is publishing it in a way that is captured by the media. What is your full request?
Judge, we'd ask that, first of all, it be admitted, that it be published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
All right, and I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that, what this is?
Sure. You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Does it depict Miss Wright?
I believe towards the end of the video, it scrolls back and Miss Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
All right, is there any act of alleged violence in this particular
No, there is
clip?
not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms. Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection, if any.
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in. For all the constitutional reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication, we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published, and certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or I guess authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge. That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Judge, you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera or on her phone, and so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document. And then even further than that, you have Agent Hull, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you. As it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6, is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record? For purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim, and so we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see. Ms. Nestor, have you?
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's been subsequently altered.
My recollection is they've all been blurred out.
All right, I need to view this again, so let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound.
Unbelievable.
Okay, my understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit. So what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any, and just go ahead and play it. And it's only on, well, it's on all the parties' monitors, because I want you all to view it, because that can go directly to, as you've mentioned, Ms. Nestor, whether it's possibly admissible. So let's go ahead and play that.
They're saying everybody's faces need blurred out in order to play the video, because they're considering everyone else as victims, not just the minor children.
Based off what I've watched, there was some blurring of faces,
Overruled.
but not of all the faces, and so I'm going to rule that it is admissible.
I knew it. Overruled again. This is wild. Totally wild.
Sure, I'll wait until all parties are ready to proceed.
Oh my gosh, this is wild to me. I am getting a kick out of this. This is crazy.
So anything further? I just want to make sure.
No, Judge, you've had a chance to watch that.
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence, again, taking into consideration the analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, the 1102 statement 6.1, and I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence. And because the faces of the alleged victims are not all obscured, there are some that are visible, it's not going to be published to in-court monitor, and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence. The court will watch it again right now, and then we can continue to proceed.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
So if to the state, if you would like to play it again for me, I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
Your Honor, sounds like an issue that's going to come up again. I represent the news media. Can I be heard on this issue?
Yes.
I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying on, and the public is being denied the chance to see it. That is a fundamental
And who the fuck's
violation
this
of the
guy?
right
Just
of
randomly
access.
chiming
And
in.
it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with when something is presented in a public proceeding. So while I recognize there are certain things where I understand that you were going to make an exhibit by exhibit evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat, may cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court as an exhibit for you to rely on, the public is entitled to see what you're seeing so that they can understand what your decision-making process is.
Yep.
And so this one, it doesn't sound like this sounds pretty anodyne to me. It's not even depicting the shooting. I just wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, we're filing things with the court and we say like this, maybe we file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision based on it. And the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question. And we think that the EMC should be allowed to, for reasons that we've briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the parties, do you wish to respond?
State it's not. We'll submit it.
Why would the parties respond to that?
I'm
That's
sorry.
Hold on. Okay, so we'll go to Ms. Nestor first and then to the state. Mr. Sturgill.
The only other additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video and this video only.
Bro, hold the fuck on. This isn't up to these two at all. This is up to the judge. Why is he asking these two idiots to weigh in? This has nothing to do with them. The public has a right to see what the judge is looking at and making his ruling with. Period. Why is he asking the attorneys to weigh in?
The state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing.
Wow.
To make an argument on behalf
What a
of the defense
fucking
in this case.
joke.
All right, based off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation.
Do you?
And how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was presented. So
Shame
I'm
the
gonna go ahead and
press
rule
has
that
to-
this may be played in the courtroom, but
Wow.
not be captured on video. So
Wow.
to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured.
The whole
I
of
appreciate
the people
patience
have
the
a right
parties
to
as
see
we
the
are
fucking
going through the
public
many
trial.
layers that need to be addressed.
This is crazy.
Exhibit
This is
66. So we'll go
absolutely
ahead and,
crazy.
Once that's ready to be played,
My next video is going to be right here about how ridiculous this was. And you guys better watch it. I'm gonna have to turn it down because of the sound of the you know what.
Exhibit 6.
Correct, thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, you may continue.
Ridiculous.
Agent Hull, did you or any other SBI agent collect additional video?
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, there were other videos collected.
What additional video did you collect?
A cell phone video from Mr. Phillips was collected.
And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th.
Trust me, bro.
Of 2025, and that video was provided to him. Subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today.
And you know what, guys? I don't want to hear another person from the FedSlop side. I don't want to hear another one of them say, we don't go with just trust me, bro evidence. Trust me, bro isn't good enough. When Candace says something, that trust me, bro, that's not good enough. Because you know what? It's good enough for the trial. So it's good enough for anybody else.
myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Miss Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he is a minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed the statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips's video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And you had him prepare a written statement?
Yes, correct.
Again, on this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance it was myself that wrote the file name on the form.
Okay, and so you wrote, what part of the statement did you write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 7.1. And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
Is it on your screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if he makes the author makes a false statement, that it could be punishable by being charged with a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
They don't care if it's false. Come on.
Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
Judge, the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does in fact show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright, and under the UCJA acts for the same reason, the UCJA rules for the same reason, these should be protected private court records, and private means it shouldn't be played to court and it shouldn't be played to the public through the media. So we would object to its admission, we would object to its publication, and we would object to its filming. Thank you.
Overruled.
Any final response?
Judge, let me address, there's two things here, right? Let me address first the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe again that this statement was gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8. Just to check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present. And that explains, I believe he said the
Because he said so.
form.
Because they all said so.
With regards to publishing it, the 1102 statement that is.
Trust me,
Judge,
bro.
we believe again, the presumption is this is a public record, and that it should be not only admitted but published here in court, and also published so that the media can record it. With regards, do you want to address the 1102, and then I'll move on to the video?
All right, so we're staying focused on the 1102. Any final response, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As it relates to the 1102 statement and to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this. All right. And just go to the very bottom so I can look at the totality of it. This is 7.1. All right, based off what's before me, State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102.
It is admissible.
And
Sure
to
is.
the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, to that paragraph I have referred to previously. And so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1.
Right.
In
On
court.
7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about 7.1,
Oh.
publishing it in the courtroom versus
Good
publishing
Lord.
it on, to be captured by the media.
Because we think that the presumption is it is a court record. We believe that in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts? No, Your Honor. All right. I'm going to go ahead and grant the publishing of Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.1 in court, and that the media may capture that.
Oh, may capture. I'm shocked.
Let's go ahead and do so.
Why couldn't we capture the last one? This one shows the unaliving, right?
Scroll up.
Oh no, the note. It's just the note.
Slowly scroll
Okay.
down.
All right. You may proceed.
Did you admit Exhibit 7.1?
It is admitted into evidence and it was
All
published.
right. Have you personally watched Mr. Phillips's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what does it depict?
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd, and it does depict the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize at least the location of this video?
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Judge, at this point, the state would move to introduce, or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published beyond that.
Okay.
Ms. Nestor.
Due to the graphic nature and the sensitive nature of the video.
They do realize that's all over the
So
internet,
as
right?
to the admission,
People
the
saw
same
that
issues
live?
that we raised as to the 1102, we would raise as to the difficulty of authenticating when the individual is not here present, and all the same concerns.
Girl, they don't care about that. This is not for that. They don't care. If anybody, it's a trust me. They can present whatever they want. Like if she doesn't come back here tomorrow with tons of people to just make up shit, she's stupid.
That we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Ridiculous.
All right. Considering the,
I'm sorry, may I add one more? I apologize.
You may.
And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
any final response, Mr. Sturgill?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Exhibit 7, is that
7.
correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right, I will admit
Yeah.
Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid.
I'll admit
The
it. It's fine.
1102 is tied directly to this, and so for admission purposes, it is admitted. I am not going to authorize publication in the courtroom or obviously through media, but I will have it played on my screen. And so
That makes me wonder what it's actually showing, because I don't trust the official ones that we're seeing rolling around out here as far as like the wounds go. That Kelly, she tore that video apart, showing that there was some really crazy shit going on during that video of him at the Big Bang. Now they're showing one that is totally legit of the Big Bang here in court, and they don't want to share it. They don't want to show it in court at all when it's been all over the internet. Supposedly we all saw it, happening live, etc. And he has a problem showing it in court. This is the only one he's not going to show now. This is very strange to me.
Review it. And I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit.
Well,
that
we're
you are
not all
familiar
seeing
with.
it.
So
We're not all
whatever
seeing
you
it.
need to do, I'll give you a moment, and if you could just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to proceed. Again, I want to act in a way that is dignified in respecting the rights of all persons. And for those reasons, I just want to make sure we are safeguarding to ensure this is not captured.
Why? It's public.
To defense.
Public
ready to
trial.
proceed? All right.
What the fuck?
To the state. All right. Go ahead and let's play
Oops.
Exhibit 7.
I'm gonna have to mute that too.
Is there sound? All right, let's make sure that.
There's this is such a shit show. Such a shit show. Now the one that we've all seen, it's all across the internet. Oh, supposedly everybody has a copy of this one, right? We all got to see it. They don't want to show it to us. This is crazy. Come on. I have it turned up. Nothing's happening.
Thank you. That concludes playing of Exhibit 7.
Wow.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Holt, any more video? That you collected, or either you or another agent with the SBA?
Yes, we were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided video to us that they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies.
Oh.
And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen.
Wait, they didn't have to go there and take his
1102
statement?
was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
So an 1102 was prepared by someone with Visual Impulse?
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it, and in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator.
Wait, he sent it electronically to them? He provided them also electronically? He said he said he spoke to him, but he didn't say he went there like he went to all the other places. He didn't say he went there. He just said he spoke to him. And he said that Terrell Farnsworth sent him these electronically as well. And so how did he manage that when he told Candace he didn't know how, and that he was worried Google was going to, hack him and steal the files? And he couldn't send it to her electronically, but he sent it to this guy electronically. What a fucking liar. Once again, we've caught them lying about shit. It's so obvious. They're so disgusting to me. He didn't know how, remember? Yeah, I thought he didn't know how. And he was so worried Google was going to hack him. Remember, Google was going to hack him. Yeah, he cut off a bunch of it when he sent it to Kansas, remember? He cut off the whole ground and all that. He altered the video when he sent it to her, allegedly. Or when, he played it for her. He didn't play the bottom half. He had it in a larger screen, so it cut off that portion.
Or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Oh, so
you
they
know that because
did talk
Agent
to
Mortensen
him?
told you, or
He
something?
provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
as he traipsed all over the crime scene to get the video.
You got a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
And again, does that statement
Yeah.
include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. I'll scroll down slowly. You see that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
You do recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the events that they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay. This statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection. We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips and we don't know who and we don't know how, we don't know what they did. And for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it.
Overruled.
And as well, I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one. There is personal information on this one. Do you have a redact? Okay, I don't have that one. All right. And we would object to publication just on our concerns for fair trial, the same issues.
And how does she not have all this stuff? She should have everything.
I think so.
She keeps saying, we don't have that, we don't have that.
And for all those reasons, we would object to its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check, did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
right.
you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8.
But the video wasn't. Video wasn't
it
collected
constitutes
properly.
reliable hearsay. It's a
It was
statement that's
clipped
been,
and edited.
made by a declarant that's written and is under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear that the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
All right. Anything further before I make my ruling? Thank you. All right, applying the same analysis from the previous exhibits as it relates to the written statement under Rule 1102, and also under the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final phrase. If you could scroll down to the state representative and just stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling. And if you could continue scrolling down. And just just go ahead and scroll down to the end. I don't believe there's anything else, but I want to make sure. Thank you. So I do rule that, overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 7, I'm sorry, 8.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published, well.
Judge, let me speak with regards to that. With regards to the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, looking at the same analysis, is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, and being that the person's identifying information is redacted and not viewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it published both in court and may be published by the media. So let's just get it situated. And what I'll have you do to the representative of the state, pause on the screen and then in 10 seconds scroll down to the full text portion, and then 10 seconds later just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you. All right, you can continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, hold on, she's still
Oh.
going through it. She's going to show
You're
the whole
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you. All right, and that concludes State's Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, thank you. I appreciate that. Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. Does it also show Mr. Kirk throwing hats out into the crowd? Do you recall?
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes under 901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, you know, someone prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated, and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
He better at least go with this one, because that's crazy. These are edited clips.
One moment here.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Just with regards to authentication, again, the state must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, it's sufficient to provide testimony from someone that has firsthand knowledge or observed, has firsthand knowledge regarding the authenticity of that video. You heard Agent Holt testify that he spoke to the owner of and the director of Visual Impulse, I believe it was testified to, that they contract with TPUSA to film their events. This particular video, the state is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth. And that is the video that Mr. Farnsworth authenticates. He says that this is video that was captured by visual impulse cameras. And so with regards to authentication, I think the state has sufficiently provided the court with evidence to authenticate it.
And this is State's Exhibit 8. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication, citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A, that this is Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims, and it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And to those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could.
The court will watch this
protect your
edited
screens,
somehow
however you
video
choose to,
where anybody
and I'll
could have
check,
done
see when
anything
we're
with
ready,
it.
And then we'll have it played. So turning to defense, is more time needed to? Okay, thank you. Turning to the state, to your screens. All right, I see a head nod, yes. And let's go ahead and play this video only on the monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound to be played as well. You may proceed. And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Is there any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras, and so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater, walking underneath the Hall of Flags, and I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry?
Curtis Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UVU?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had, And again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us, describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself on that if I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please, yes. Your notes, you have there with you again?
Yes,
And referencing them will help you refresh your memory?
it will, yes.
Okay, so don't read from it out loud, just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies, July 2nd seemed a little bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay, and you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay, and did you personally review this particular video, or I guess the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau-provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay, and on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. Is there something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's the State Bureau of Investigations 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation, and we don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis, and we object to admission, and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
Overruled.
To the state.
Judge, again, the state's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it's his job basically to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the state representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that handwritten statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that. And if you could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Thank you. All right, under the same analysis for 1102, under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3. As it relates to publication, Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, and this particular exhibit, it's the state's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objection from defense, and given the in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense. And then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there.
It's crazy.
All right, you can scroll down. Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit. Thank you, Sturgill.
Well, in Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east, under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area, and I believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up exhibit without pressing
Sure he
play?
is.
Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I refer to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes, yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9. With regards to publication, this is another video that, due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims and the victims' rights, to have this type of information protected.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you. Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9.
Go figure.
Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is State's Exhibit 9?
Right, correct.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and abuse throughout the criminal justice process. I find that this does apply. And in respect and dignity and the human experience, I'm going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
All right. Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right, so all right, let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you.
He's like just so strange to watch him watching these videos, in my opinion. Welcome in, Karen. What in the world, man? And why are there no audio with any of these? I don't understand. Where did that go? I know I'm getting pretty ticked off myself. And remember they were saying Erika was weeping and stuff. When she walked out, I got a screenshot. I went back and screenshot it. She had a black shirt on with it had white cuffs and a white collar, but the shirt itself was black and sheer, like a long sleeve sheer shirt. And her face didn't look like she had been crying at all. Her makeup was pristine, perfect, and her eyes didn't look swollen or anything. She looked perfectly fine. So I don't think she was bawling her eyes out like they claimed she was. You know what I'm saying? Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, it's very strange they wouldn't have the sound with it. And if the sound's removed from it, that means somebody has edited it, right? It's been edited.
State's Exhibit 9 has concluded.
You mean to tell me people were recording on their cell phones, but they didn't record sound?
I'm going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that video, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Throughout that video, you can see a banner. Do you recall seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yeah.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd.
Okay, so just really quick, where just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner. And then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center.
And how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so close to that banner.
Yes.
Okay, I also believe towards the end of that exhibit, well, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
My recollection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid.
What?
And they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that portrayed in the video? In Exhibit 9, I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side. You can see Mr. Kirk come around the left side of the back of that Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay. And then you said that he was, that there was a quick transport. Is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport, what does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible, so I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles.
Thrown in.
And then transported to the hospital, as opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
Indeed.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was pronounced dead there at the Timpanogos Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. And
Just
how do
look
you
at the
know that?
video.
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene.
No video of that.
And I spoke with him, and he informed me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kirk was pronounced deceased.
Okay. And that the medical investigator that you spoke to, do you know the name of that person?
Bullock, I believe, Officer Bullock, but if I can refresh my recollection
If
specifically.
it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will help you refresh your memory. Go ahead and look at that. Again, don't read from it out loud.
It is Officer Bullock, yes.
Okay. And he is a peace officer?
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner as a death investigator.
Okay.
What?
Do you know whether Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th, or it may even have gone through into the morning of September 11th.
And do you know who
I'm going to
conducted
refresh
that
my
autopsy?
If because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
If it'll help you refresh your memory, that'd be great. Again, don't read it out loud. Look at it. Let me know when you've done that. And then
Why can't you read it out loud?
Dr. Guajado, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Okay. You want to spell that last name?
Yes, Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay. If someone told him all of this, I don't believe this individual was present at the autopsy, so we object to any testimony about the autopsy or what he was told about it.
Mr. Sturgill.
Overruled.
Judge, if I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself. And I think this is all information that's included on the report.
All right, so as it hasn't been moved into evidence just yet, I'm not making a ruling.
I appreciate
If you
that.
wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
Damn.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did conduct an autopsy?
I am.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection as it relates to the manner of death. It does not say murder, but in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under 1102 and the Utah Constitution that it permits reliable hearsay, it is, State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
It's the main thing to remember. It's reliable hearsay. Reliable hearsay. I mean, let's define what's reliable. I think they should have went over. I think she should go over that with him. What are you considering reliable, Judge? Because, half of this shit isn't very reliable. Not at all. Like an edited video, that's not very reliable. This is just insane. I mean, at least he sustained something. It only took him 6.5 hours.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11. No?
Yes.
You
I
see that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you again, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
And would you mind relating what the doctor reports as the manner of death?
Yes, I misspoke. It does say homicide.
And then the immediate cause of death?
Gunshot wound of the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
Right, we'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25 and resume with this witness at that time. Court is in a brief recess.
That is crazy. Yeah, how is this evidence? There's literally just a couple of videos. What yeah, manner of death doesn't say murder. That's pretty odd too, isn't it? What else could it be? Oh, now it says, okay, now it says homicide. Okay. The Cheesy Brats, the journalists are running it because they had to tell the judge, you know, like his job, literally had to sit there and tell the judge his job. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is insane. I should have been time stamping certain things because I want to make a video just pointing out certain things, and I haven't even written a single thing down, and I should have. There was a lot of things in here that was just absolutely crazy. I can't believe they allowed half of this, more than half of this stuff. I can't believe it. I'm in shock. Especially the video from Terrell Farnsworth. Because, yeah, he didn't do a written statement either, did he? All the other ones had a written statement, but his, and, you know, his was edited, cut, edited, whatever. I mean, what is going on? What is really going on? Yeah, this judge is the biggest cock. And every once in a while, I feel like he might be trying, and then he just ruins it because, you know, he continues to let all this hearsay in. I can't take it. I can't take it. I guess he wants to hear all the hearsay. He's the one rolling on this, and he wants to hear all the hearsay. He's like, give me all the tea. Give me all the gossip. What's happening? Give me all the hot gossip, guys. Evidence, schmevidence. We don't need no stinking evidence. Like, what the fuck is that about? I just will not ever get that. I will not understand that. Well, he wants all the gossip, all the tea. He wants all the nonsense. He wants to hear everything that there is. He doesn't care where it comes from. And if that lady was smart, honest to God, why wouldn't she? If that lady was smart, why wouldn't she just go and get herself a whole bunch of people to come forward with a bunch of hearsay and call herself a bunch of witnesses with a bunch of hearsay? I don't understand why they wouldn't. Why she wouldn't. I mean, he thinks it's cool. He wants to hear it all. They can call all of us in. We'll come up and talk about stuff. Like, and I heard this. And did you hear about Blake? Did you hear about Andrew? He sure did. I'll send him a few of my videos. It is the whole case. They literally don't have any evidence. That we've not seen one piece of evidence. But again, we're only on like the third thing that they had to show us out of 50 things. So yeah, her hearsay is unreliable. You're right, Gemini. Her hearsay is ridiculous. Yeah. Today's a preliminary. I don't know, man. If it's like as dull as this, we're gonna have to find some other stuff to do while this is going on. Yes, throw in some mom jokes. Like, we need the chat to wake up. Honestly, I need you guys to put in some overtime now. We're on 6 hours and 45 minutes, and I'm gonna need you guys to step it up a notch. I am about to fall asleep. If I start snoring on this live stream, I mean, you guys can't let that happen to me. That'll be embarrassing. I'd be drooling all over the microphone, snoring for the whole world to see. I need you guys to, like, you know, put in the time, put in the overtime, and we need some dad jokes. We need some judge jokes. We need it all. All right, let's check Candace's X account. Let's see what the F is going on over there. Oh, fuck. Here's Andrew again. Why does Andrew show up on my X as soon as I click X? 15 minutes awakening. Jen. Hey, you're Jen too. I'm Jen too. Yeah, 15 minutes, about 13 minutes now, probably. He had to spell it out because he couldn't pronounce it. GJ something. Rewind this just by, like, I think it was maybe 5 minutes ago he said that, Jen. He spelled it because he couldn't pronounce it. 5:15. Oh my God. Well, you're from Australia. We already talked about this. You guys in Australia are tougher than nails. You guys are the toughest. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you guys are the toughest people on Earth, on the planet. Like, all the animals and creatures that come after you daily. I mean, the air you breathe is probably toxic. The water probably has stinging, like, stingrays and stinging jellyfish. And, like, you got lizard, you got kangaroo. You're tough people. So 5:15 a.m. and you're still hanging in there. I'd expect nothing less from Australians. Nothing less. You guys are tough as hell. Oh my God. All right. Andrew comes in an hour ago. And he's coming in about this event. He's going to tell how Charlie Kirk, this is going to be so good. So Candace posts this, right? And she calls Andrew out and she's like, hey, Andrew, here's Charlie in his own fucking words 3 weeks before he passed away, saying how good friends we were and how much he cared about me and how much he wasn't going to let anybody say anything different and let him change his friendships. And here's Andrew. Ready? I was actually with Charlie at this event. We traveled that entire week together. Number one, as Charlie says here, he would never allow someone else to morally blackmail him into condemning anyone. I love that about him. All this clip demonstrates is that he was a gentleman who believed a personal relationship with someone put that person off limits. He's very forceful on that point, but you might have also noticed he's scrambling to defend your very fun opinions that he didn't agree with. Actually, not at all. I don't think so at all. He said Candace has some differing opinions than he does, which, as I said before, every single human on fucking planet Earth has different opinions as everyone else. Everyone. Not every opinion matches up. So, that one we can just discard because he's reaching. Number two, and when Charlie got off the stage, oh, here we go. As soon as Charlie got off the stage, he asked me as we walked to the car how I felt he handled the Candace answer. He said he knew you'd eventually see the clip and wanted my opinion on how it came across. I told him he handled it well, and then he said the Candace questions are only going to continue the crazier your commentary got. We have to be ready for them. He was walking on eggshells, Candace, because he knew he was one clip away from you turning on him and the organization. Hope that helps. Okay. I think that's just stupid. That doesn't help at all. That was dumb. He just made some shit up there. Travis says, are you sure Charlie wasn't referring to the Philadelphian donor backlash, Andrew? I think Charlie was worried about the Philadelphian donors. You know, the ones who were bullying him. You know the ones I'm talking about, Andrew. Explain something to me, Andrew. If Charlie was only managing Candace, why was he willing to walk away from millions of donor dollars to have her at AmFest the night before he was unalived? He texted he wanted her there with Tucker. You are a clown. That's a very good point, guys. That is such a good point. Seriously, why would he walk away from millions of dollars to have her and Tucker at AmFest if he was just managing the Candace situation and wasn't really into it, right? Please. So Charlie was a liar and a coward. Andrew, there's no corpse you won't crawl over, huh? I really like this one. I really like this. What could we say? That does seem to be the case. Europe. No corpse he probably wouldn't put Blake's wiener in either. Interesting. Did all of your evidence of who Charlie was and what he said about Candace and Philadelphia, the war, appointing his wife and supporting Thomas Massey is something you can't prove. And that totally contradicts what he said publicly. So now you're telling us he's a liar and manipulative. You have no credibility, yet you want people to trust you. That would require transparency, but we all know that's impossible for you guys because of what you've all done. You lost, Andrew, and it's still only the beginning of the end. Hope you understand, although I doubt you are smart enough to, that you are making Charlie out to be a complete asshole of a human being. Being one way in public and another in private is quite disgusting and weak. I hope this helps. Okay, dipshit. And they post a picture of this. And if Charlie and Candace weren't friends and all this was just some charade to manage her, then why did you talk to her immediately after Charlie was unalived? Why were you giving so much information to someone that was nothing more than some ego-driven pain in the ass that Charlie wanted nothing to do with? Charlie was dead. Why were you even entertaining her? Why in the fuck would Erika feel that it was important to meet her face to face? You had no obligation to continue to manage her once Charlie was gone, but you did. Point taken. Yeah, Candace and Charlie were obviously best friends. Obviously, dude. Look at that. Yeah, he was managing her. He couldn't stand her. Please. And they want you to think that Charlie is so weak, guys. They want us to think that Charlie Kirk, the man who literally was changing the world, Charlie Kirk, the man who was changing the world, was so weak. He was such a weak ass. See? He couldn't handle Candace Owens. He was scared of her. He was getting anxiety over Candace. Because, you know, Charlie was such a weak ass bitch. You know what? Andrew and Blake are the weak ass bitches. And the thing is they could imagine a possibility where they would get anxiety over a woman. They would get anxiety over a woman like they're getting over Erika right now. I bet. I would imagine, in my opinion, allegedly. They are trying to breathe in and manage their stress in dealing with Erika Kirk. And so they decided to put that narrative off on Candace and Charlie. But Charlie wasn't a weak-ass pussy. Not at all. Not at all. I don't think I've ever seen an example of Charlie in any situation ever where he presented himself as a weak-ass punk bitch. And so to sit there and try to say that he was so anxiety-ridden over Candace, he was so scared Candace was going to bring down the org. Candace was going to take down his org. Who here, show of hands, believes that bullshit? That's so ridiculous and crazy to me. I can't even believe he's posting it. But again, he is so super stupid. Well, you can expect nothing less. Jane, welcome to the channel. Welcome, welcome. We've got ourselves a new snarky bee in the house. Welcome in, Jane. Super glad to see you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And of course, we can't forget about Cheese. He joined over in Club Vatra. What did he say? He did. Cheesy brats. He needs to get his ass into the Discord server. I don't know if he has a Discord, but he's got to get over there. Cheesy, are you here? Come in, Cheesy. Come in, Cheesy. Did you make it to the server? Are you there? You have to sign up for Discord, Cheesy, and get your butt over to our server. Yeah, get on the server. I'm telling you, you'll have a lot of fun over there. Sign up for Discord and then go back in where you signed up at on Club Vatra and enter the server. That's how you get in. And then you'll be with us over there. You'll be with all of us. The pinned comments blocks the thumbs up. Hang on, let me see. Somebody texted me something. Mommy on blocks the thumbs up at the top on the vertical live. The pinned comments blocks the thumbs up. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Hit the thumbs up, hit the like. Don't forget to hit the like. Everybody. Discord won't let me authenticate. I've been so not pleased by being locked out of the app. Oh no. That's not cool. Wonder why. That I tell you what, I get maybe go over and sign up for a new one with a new email address. Do you have a separate email address? In order to hit the thumbs up on the vertical live, you double tap the screen and that will give me a thumbs up. I think that's what he's trying to tell me. I don't know though. Double tap that screen on the vertical if you're on the vertical. And if you want to come over to the full screen version, there is a link at the very beginning of the description. Come on over and join us in the bigger ones. So you can be here with all the people that are, we have way more people over on the bigger screen version you can talk to and chat with in the comment section. Okay, we're back. We're back. We are back.
The divinity of him reading that.
We are back.
I believe we were continuing with the direct examination
Front
of
row.
Mr. Hull by Mr.
Back to business.
Sturgill. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Hull, in addition to what you've already described, what, if anything else, did you do?
All right,
on
Cheesy
the
Brats
10th of
made it to
September
the server. That's
2025?
what's up.
Primary focus was to identify the individual who'd been seen on the roof with the preliminary footage. And so there was a big effort to review as much of the video that we had available to us from both the public, but predominantly from Utah Valley University, in an effort to follow that individual both forward and backwards from the time of the shooting.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, priority was to identify the shooter.
Yes.
And to that end, you started reviewing even more UVU video than you've already described?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Oh, good. Here we go.
What, if anything else, either did you do or happened initially that helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus again was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And we were able to do that through a combined effort of individuals. And the focus was having people reviewing video identify people who could fit the original description of the individual that jumped off the roof.
Okay. At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself, maybe 10 or 20 hours of video, being called in to look at different camera angles and different views of individuals. But there was a large team of people reviewing video.
Okay. Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Were some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Did anything else come along that helped you identify who that shooter might be?
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
Yes, we did.
And what was that name?
Tyler Robinson.
What, if anything, did you do with that information, the name Tyler Robinson?
That information was given to our SIAC, or our State Information and Analysis Group, and they put together what would be called a workup. So they would look at driver's license records, DMV records to determine addresses, obtain pictures of individuals, and then any associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled?
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right, and so that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were two registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay, and who are the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were looking for and we had an actual image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing
That's what I hear
the
too,
UVU
Gemini.
surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search?
Analysis group.
He said something about
And
the
they
video.
put
I
together
think he
what
might.
would be called a workup. So
Did-
they would look at
Oh,
driver's
that's too
license
far.
records,
I hate
DMV
this
records,
rewind. It's so tiny.
analysis group,
Mm.
and they put together what would be called a footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that Challenger?
We did, yes.
Oh, they found the car, not the person.
Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward.
Yes.
with UVU surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained, yes.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And well, before we go there, Of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or
Just with UVU, I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
And this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've been investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
Your Honor, we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
Do you wish to specify an unduly constitutional? I'm trying to understand your objections. I want to make sure I fully understand. before
Your
we-
Honor, I think there's some, and I'll defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
You tell him, girl.
Well, Judge, Agent Hull has testified that he has watched numerous hours of video.
Oh, who's
That's-
gonna
well,
fucking overrule
take a
that,
step
too?
back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records and has been able to determine what car that person drives. He's also looked at surveillance video that he believes depicts this Tyler Robinson.
No, he said he
And,
didn't see Tyler.
I've simply asked him if that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
Well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench.
It's so ridiculous, dude. I mean, he's saying he's seen driver's license pictures and everything else of Tyler Robinson, and he's like, can you point him out? Obviously, he can point him out from his driver's license. That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean he saw him on surveillance cameras or anything else. This is so crazy. Just, this is absolutely sickening. I can't believe this judge knows nothing. They should have put a seasoned professional in this hearing, not this new guy. The fucking journalist had to tell him how to run his courtroom. That is so embarrassing. He had to have been humiliated by that.
All right. Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson has been made. Again, this only relates to the preliminary hearing, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Wow.
Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you review that video?
It was provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay, so this particular version the first time, but have you seen the video that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
Yeah, I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual, I believe to be Mr. Robinson, moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
Yes, Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Durfler is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Durfler's first name?
Kimberly?
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video in this compilation?
I reviewed the video to make sure that it was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
Okay. What, if anything else, did you do?
I reviewed it. I know that there was some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Oh, good God. Is this for real? Why is he getting suddenly so quiet and like very, very whispering and stuff like this? It's very, very creepy and weird. He's getting very quiet. And by the way, I just decided to ask Rock if there was any other scenario where a journalist in the courtroom directly had to inform or correct a judge in open court about the legal presumption of public access to trial exhibits. And the answer is no. No other time did that ever happen. BT dubs, just so you know.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Olson with regards to this particular video?
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson for the prior exhibit, yes.
Okay. So at the same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is. So I believe the 1102 statement that you gathered from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the same time that you gathered that 12.3 or that written statement that is State's Exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
Okay.
Just a bunch of people was like, yeah, that looks like the videos from the
And let's
campus.
just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen.
Correct.
That you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, if you view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
So they could have
And
put any day
the
video
exhibit
in there.
12.1, does it appear to be the same
Mix in.
as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage. And I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the footage itself.
Okay. So other than the red circles, the blur.
This guy's
and the
annoying,
zoom,
dude.
Does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
But I mean, it hasn't been verified by like a professional or anybody like that. And what cracks me up is, couldn't if you're just doing like a compilation of a bunch of the video clips from that event or from, you know, following around Tyler Robinson, couldn't you have taken videos from like 7 days before and thrown that in there and, you know, just kind of mix it up and, you know, whatever? How do we know the dates of these videos? Did somebody verify this information? Like, what the hell is it? It cracks me up. They're just so like, they don't even care if there is proof of things. It's like, oh, well, she just, some like DA lady from like, I think Texas or some shit. She like threw some shit together. It looks to me like maybe it's like this, it should be the right thing. Like, there's some zooms and stuff that like wasn't there. And like, it's just like a whole big mashup and like, whatever. And the judges just fucking sits there like, okay. What the, I mean.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image. Let me know when you see it.
Mm-hmm.
The image is there now. It's gone again.
This shit's crazy.
Is it there?
We're back. Yeah.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Who verified this information? Do we have the metadata to prove it? What's going on here?
Shows the state would seek, or would move to admit,
I really
Brisbane
don't
Mark
know, I
State's
agree.
Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they wanted you to pay attention to. They've blurred people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered. And it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered. So we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected. And so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 202, 4-202.02 subsection 5, J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Tyler's ability, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person.
Yep.
It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
Overruled, bitch. Sit down. Nobody
Mr.
cares.
Judge, Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The The videos as Sergeant Hull has testified
This is crazy.
to is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University.
He already said this.
And he has
Sit the f
not
down.
only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage. And by his estimation,
He said
and
this.
according to his testimony,
He keeps just reiterating, and then
all
the judge is
videos
going to
that
say
are
overruled, and they're
accurate.
going to play it anyways.
depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor
There's no
additions.
fucking
So if you
verification.
refer to Mr. Olson's written statement, it's
Wow,
plaintiff's
this is
exhibit
pissing me
12.3.
off, dude. I'm
He,
getting mad.
too, has reviewed this video, and he has also identified this video as being accurate with the exception of those additions. In his words, it's the zooms and the red highlights.
This
They
judge is
weren't
going to
part
get
of the
ripped
original
apart all over the
recording,
fucking
according to
place after
Mr.
this.
Olson. But other than that, as he states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate, and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
As he says, that's accurate. He said so.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos.
Right.
But then it was altered. And typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102 because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying, I made the alterations.
Right.
And so that's the concern of the state of what Ms. Nestor was talking about as it relates to the state's evidence.
I'm going to shit my pants if
I
he
have that
says this is
concern about
sustained.
those alterations. I don't know when they were made, what they were made.
Holy
how much
shit, guys.
was
Holy
done
shit.
to manipulate the video. And I say manipulate to, not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much
What?
it deviates from
Just
what
say
was
it's
the original
fucking-
form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today.
Not yet, honey. I think he's going to.
I guess there's there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge.
Oh
and
my
that
God.
is
I
that
want
we
to
have
smack
two
this
witnesses
guy
who
right
have watched
upside
the raw
his head.
footage. And
Oh my God, he got a
Agent Holt
shot
here
his
today on the
mouth.
stand, and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement. They have both said that this video, with the exception of
They
these
both
alterations,
said.
accurately depicts.
It accurately depicts
the-
stuff.
The video that was captured by UVU surveillance video.
Like, they
Judge, I
literally
will
said
proffer
so,
that those
Judge.
changes made to the video were
Like,
not
you
done
want to
by
see
either.
the data.
I know
They
who that
said
person
so.
is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that
Like-
would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary.
Dude, if
Because
he
I
doesn't fucking
think,
overrule this,
that
or if he overrules this, I'm gonna shit.
Our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video.
Show the
with
fucking
only a few
metadata. Put a list of the metadata there then. Well,
that
what's
really
so hard
don't
about
change
that?
the
If you wanted it
substance of the video, the
admitted,
content of
then
the
you
video.
should have came prepared
They're
with the
accurate.
data.
They depict what the
Not he
cameras
said it
captured
was
on
cool.
September
He
10th
said it
video.
looks like some of the same
And we
shit from
have
that
two
day.
people
Like
who have
maybe
seen that
sort
raw
of
footage
kind
and
of.
have explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos
This is
and
wild.
what you're seeing here today. And the additions, I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
She better speak up again.
I'm going to go ahead and, I'm sustaining the objection. Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court, it is without alteration. If a
Ella's
party
frozen
circles
over,
an
honey.
exhibit, a photograph, that's not the original format, and I do not have the person who made
Oh
the
my
alteration.
God.
An 1102
Oh
to
my
substantiate
God.
that. And what I have is the original video and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations.
You know
And
what?
you have
The
Agent
sad
Hull
thing
saying
is,
this-
he doesn't have to give a fucking explanation like this. All he has to say is sustained and move it on. He's so new. He's giving explanations like he has to make excuses for everything he does. He's the judge. He runs it up in here. Just say sustained, fucking objected, whatever, and move on. Or sustained and overruled and move it along. No wonder we're going to be here for 5 days.
This is the video, and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link, and it may be minor.
I just
but
can't believe he did
In
it.
this type of case, I want to be
I'm
thorough,
shocked.
and I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm
You're
going to
right.
sustain
We
the
bookmarked
objection
this.
and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, this exhibit, States Exhibits 12.1 is not admitted.
I'm going to make a compilation of this every time he says overruled, 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 and then I'm going to put this one at the end. This is crazy. Woo! And look how butthurt he is. He's like, man, I thought we had this. This is your fault, Susan. It's all your fault. Or no, this guy's name's Derek. It's all your fault, Derek. Look at him chit-chatting with, do you believe this? Can you believe this is happening? Can you believe this? This was our whole case. This was what we had. This showed everything. This is crazy. Oh my God. Yeah. That sounds about right, Awakening. This milkshake brings all the comics to the yard. Oh my God. Why is there this big pause now? Does he not know what to do now? He had a lot riding on this video because
Agent
why are
Hall,
we
you
sitting
testified
here?
that there were 4 visits to campus that day.
Correct, yes.
And
Unreal.
The first 3 visits, based on what you have observed, it's your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The 4th visit.
Exactly. Trying to kill a teenager. Exactly.
The 4th visit too was captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video.
Well, let me, I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the Horseshoe area, yep.
Okay. That's in Orem?
Correct.
And close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall,
If I recall.
parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight.
At 12:38 a.m.?
In the morning, yes.
Okay. So how did this video come to your attention that you're talking about, this doorbell or whatever?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes.
Where that video was collected from?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
Was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. Believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date
This is
it was
crazy.
collected?
If I can refer from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
Don't read your instructions out loud. That's more like it. This is crazy.
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system.
Except for
And we did have them
Terrell's
complete
case.
an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this, what does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house. And some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're
They're
wholly
round.
unique, but in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
So again, this is video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into.
He
I
literally
believe,
said
10
this
second
5 minutes
segments.
ago.
So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm
Yeah, he's
that they
like
were
pretty much
actually
whispering
from
at
her
this point.
system.
He started out strong,
Those
but
were
now
written
he's
on
like
the 1102
whispering.
as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
We had view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13 for identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm gonna have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Miss Noble.
Okay, and does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same condition as it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
Honor, we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that Agent Hole amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Overall,
Mr. Sturgill.
shut the fuck
Judge,
up.
again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing, it's on a form, it includes both the advisory and the warning. And it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution.
So crazy to me. What the hell?
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it's before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April,
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay, I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I know
Big surprise.
that states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is
Because he
admitted
said
into
so. Just
evidence.
trust me,
As it
bro.
relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed. All right, that concludes the publication of State's Exhibit 13.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble, or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed, the Nobles, were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly. yes.
Short clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Ms. Noble, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe.
Okay.
With yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it. And then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was Benmark's plaintiff's or state's exhibit 12.2 for identification.
Oh my God, these guys are killing me here.
As soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay. At 12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation, or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing, or is this all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr.
Overruled.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I
good
proceed
point.
to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
Or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the...
Can we try something new next time?
Hang on, let me turn you down a little
Okay,
bit.
so before we play this video.
Let me see, hang on.
Again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Say something else, honey.
The shape of the vehicle.
Okay,
can
let
be
me turn it
clearly
up a
seen
little
as it
bit now.
pulls
Hang
up,
on.
and
It was
the
super
distinctive
loud
pose of
before.
the vehicle also.
And now it's super low. Okay,
And
try now.
How's that?
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge.
Oh, they're actually going to show us a video
Crickets chirping and.
of what?
I just wanted to see.
Of the dark.
I just wanted to see if
There's
there was
nothing
sound or not. Okay.
You guys are doing
Let me
amazing.
play the video.
Crickets. Oh my god, I cannot.
Actually, oh wait. Really compelling.
Okay, so a vehicle, maybe some lights. She's so bad. I can't. What are they showing us? Literally. Whatever it is, it's annoyingly loud and
So in the
stupid.
first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of the.
I
across the
love how
street
they
in front
say
of the residence.
the vehicle they believe to be driven by Tyler Robinson pulling up. Did any of you guys catch any part of that vehicle that you could see clearly at all? Like, what do they think? It's just like headlights and a car. You can't. This is crazy. I'm in shock at how ridiculous this is. I truly am. Anyways, guys, welcome, honey. She stopped in to comment for a little bit.
Yes, girl.
Yeah, this is wild, isn't it? I mean, I'm in shock. I'm in complete and total shock by this entire thing. I'm gonna put together an entire video of him overruling every single thing in this entire hearing. I mean, this is just absolutely absurd. And then they're showing this video like this is supposed to be. And what cracks me up, he's gonna rule on this, and he's deciding what he's gonna allow himself to judge this based on. And it's absolutely insane to me that he's allowing almost everything. I mean, I'm shocked that he didn't allow that last thing, but this is wild. Like, he's allowing this and going off the word of this guy when you can clearly see that you can't see a thing in that video. Yeah, oh, my dog was driving this car exposed.
Arrested.
Like, yeah.
Arrested immediately.
Yeah, it's like he's like, "Oh, we noticed there's something about those tires." Really? Because I didn't even see tires in this video.
Right. So, sir, what you actually saw was the chrome rims, maybe, but you're telling me that's the only vehicle that has chrome rims?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like-
All he proved was a vehicle drove past her house that night. You can't see who's driving it. Anyone could have been behind that wheel. This is absolutely wild that they're even giving this as evidence. I'm shocked that they are giving half of these things as evidence because there's nothing in it that's evidence, you know?
Yeah. I totally agree. I don't see shit. I don't. Mm-mm.
Yeah, you know what? Christine's right. She said, let them allow it all in. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for Tyler, as so far, not a thing points to Tyler. Pretty much exactly right. Not a single thing so far. This whole shit show. I mean, I'm just like, I'm totally blown away. I'm totally blown away. And like somebody said, Judge Cox just gave this guy, this position in, what'd you say, August? I think they said August they gave him this position. So he wasn't even a judge before this. And I did ask Grok, has in the history of court, has a journalist ever had to school the judge on, allowing the public to see evidence? And it said never in the history of court did that ever happen.
That's
so
great.
He's got to be embarrassed. I can't wait. I'm showing that. I'm showing it all. I can't wait. This is just an embarrassment. I can't believe it. And Candace Owens right now, guys, is over on X firing on Andrew Colvett so fucking hard. She has posted so many text messages between her and Charlie. Just all these text messages, all these text chains of him talking about all this and talking about that and texting her about this, that, and the next. It's hilarious. It's so funny. And I just can't wait to take a look at that. I might do a video of that tonight for you guys and just put a compilation of those together too, because that shit is off the hook. It's crazy. She's like, fuck you, Andrew.
We're doing compilations of everything.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
If they can do compilation, I mean, why can't we, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And it's like, wow,
Absolutely.
it's a completely edited video.
Yeah.
From start to finish.
This is wild.
No problems.
Wild. All right. Let's see what he says. He's allowing it in yet again. Allowing
And then
more
your next
shit.
video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually two reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle, and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Did you see someone get out?
No, I didn't see anybody getting out of there.
I didn't see anybody getting out of the car. Did I miss that?
No, I didn't. I couldn't tell either.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
I saw it stop for a minute. Yeah, oh, the door closed. It must have been Tyler. It was a bug. What is he doing? He looks creepy as hell. What's he looking at? What's he doing? Zoom out, because this is freaking me out, sir.
Could we approach?
You may.
Yeah, the shadow on the dumpsters. Yeah, the judge looks like he farted. He did. He looked like he was doing something. Oh, wow. That's as far as they zoomed out all day.
How does it sound now?
I can't hear anything. I mean, I couldn't tell anything. Oops. But I guess those guys heard something, but I couldn't tell. What's this lady doing? She's like, can you believe he actually said he wouldn't admit that one? Can you believe he sustained that? Oh my God. This is terrible. This is terrible. And who the hell's this second layer of people here? Is this more of the state? There's two layers of like attorneys on this side. Who in the hell are these people? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 other people sitting here. The long-haired lady came up and was talking to one of them. She's asking for the new rule in Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, but you know what? This court hearing has been going for 7 hours and 52 minutes, or almost, well, probably 7 hours and 30 minutes because I started 30 minutes early. So it's got to be over soon, guys. Seriously, it's got to be over soon. This is agonizing. Oh, honey just rolled. Oh, no, she turned her camera off, maybe. She might come back. I don't know. Oh, she's still here. That's Honeybee. She popped in. I was letting some of the members hop in and give some commentary when we got to a break, but I just brought Honey out because we were just kind of listening to the same bullshit, you know. Judge, I got this great video. It shows something. We're gonna go ahead and, you know, we're gonna go ahead and admit it. Look, it's a car in the dark. Yeah, it's been crazy, Christina. I guess they are saying because they allow hearsay in Utah. And so much of the evidence that they are presenting is hearsay. And the judge is actually deciding on what evidence he is going to look at in order to decide if this should go and be an actual death penalty trial at all, and a death penalty trial at that. And
Ladies
so,
and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break for the attorneys to confer and come back at, well, roughly 4:30. So court is in recess.
geez, oh man, this dude is wild. Oh, I need to re-energize. I can't believe this. Yes. Please don't forget to like anybody who's just joining us, and also subscribe. We're trying to reach like 1 million subscribers by next week. And of course, every little bit helps. And so, we need all the subscribers we can get over here. We are, really trying to make it to the 1 million mark. I mean, that's not crazy, right? You know what? Me getting to 1 million subscribers by next week is not as crazy as this court hearing. Let's just say that. Okay, let's just say that. All right. And I want to show you some of these messages from Candace, but I want to put it in a separate video, but I really want to show you guys this stuff. So let me just put it here maybe, and I can cut it into a video perhaps. I don't know, in some way. All right. Let's see. What could I say? All right, guys, you're going to help me plan a quick video. It's going to be 10 minutes during this recess. All right. What should we say? How should we intro it? We won't even do an intro. We won't even do an intro. All right. So Andrew, Corvette, and Blake Neff, of course, are over here attacking Candace Owens. I mean, they do it daily, but today it's actually worse than ever because they are basically calling her friendship with Charlie Kirk a fake. They're saying that he hated her. She gave him anxiety. She made him so crazy. Charlie was a weak ass pussy, and Candace Owens gave him major anxiety. He couldn't stand even dealing with her. He was making up lies and talking shit on her behind her back and all this because he just couldn't deal with her, and he didn't want to deal with her. And so, Blake and Andrew have been going at it all day, basically telling her she wasn't friends with Charlie Kirk. She doesn't have any proof of any type of friendship. And I mean, since 2019, they said. Well, Candace snapped back with a text message. Well, no, not even. Candace snapped back with a video of Charlie Kirk 3 weeks before his unaliving, basically saying that, he adored Candace and they were good friends, and he wasn't going to let anybody pressure him into not being friends with somebody. He said that's ridiculous and he would never do that. And Andrew, of course, threw his 2 cents in and said basically well, yeah, Charlie said that on camera, but what he said after, the camera stopped rolling was a completely different story. So evidently Andrew claims that Charlie Kirk is a two-faced lying piece of crap who was basically a wussy and was afraid of Candace. And so Candace has just been blowing up X, just blowing it up with text messages between her and Charlie Kirk about random different things. Here, we're going to take a look at a couple very quickly. This one is from Candace from an hour ago, and she said Charlie Kirk, like many young men, adored Jordan Peterson, but noticed the hypocrisy of his viciousness toward people after October 7th. I know because he texted me about it. We always texted like friends, and we always shared jokes and memes. Zionists will not rewrite Charlie Kirk's history and edit out his true friends. His opinions on Philadelphia were changing. He was exploring Catholicism. I always told the truth, and here is a message from Charlie Kirk. He said, I'll find a funny meme I saw. And then he sends the meme. He says, I don't like Nick, but this is hilarious. And it looks like Candace writes back, why is he writing in secret form? I need answers. Ha ha ha. So true. Such a good meme. It was such a weird meltdown over one word that technically is accurate. The cabinet, according to the Times of Philadelphia, is filled with Philadelphians. So presumably they are making decisions because Biden clearly is. And then the message is cut off. But you can clearly see that, yes, she was texting with Charlie about this. Oh, look, here she posted another one. And she said, Charlie Kirk was repeatedly under attack from Zionists and asked me to defend him when he was wrongly accused of anti-Semitism. I know because he texted me and asked me to tweet about it. His views on Philadelphia began to change after October 7th. He never bought the official story. And boom, it's another text message from Charlie Kirk, basically showing here a little article. Charlie Kirk, long accused of anti-Semitism, is set for primetime speech. And he says, okay, now I've seen everything. And Candace comes back with LMFAO. Oh my God. And he says, you got to tweet about it. And she says, can't wait to pull this into my show tomorrow. LOL. And he says, yes, LOL. She said, "Will tweet, LOL, genuinely hilarious." And he said, "Seriously." Oh my, look at that. It's another text message between friends. Oh, what's this? Charlie Kirk was worried about speech censorship coming to America under the guise of protecting Philadelphians from anti-Semitism. I know because he texted me about it. And here's another one. May 22nd, 2025 at 6 p.m. He sends this. Sarah Milgram and Yaron Leshitsky were two beautiful young people with their whole lives ahead of them. Their unaliving was senseless, evil, and horrifying, and the man who did it should be punished to maximum extent possible. But I must push back against one thing all over. And then he sent her a next post, and she said, "Great tweet." Or I guess this was the tweet, maybe, and he was just sharing it with her. She says, great tweet. Thank you. Speech censorship is coming to America. It totally is. And again, that was May 22nd, 2025. Well, that was like definitely not, 2019. Oh, look, and boom, here's another one. Yes, I know you were there. You texted me and asked me to push the clip. Remember? If not, hope this helps. And this is something from Andrew. And Andrew says, "Hey, FYI, we have a clip of Charlie defending his relationship with you coming out. He was asked at an event why he didn't denounce you. And he was like, because we're actual real friends and I don't appreciate being publicly blackmailed. So pound sand type of response. It was fantastic." So let me just stop right here, because doesn't this show Andrew is a huge fucking liar and a hypocrite once again? Do you believe this shit? Do you believe this shit? This is unreal. This is unreal. Andrew literally just said like all this stuff never happened. He was after the show. He told, was telling Andrew just how upset he was. And was that response about Candace okay? Because it's just going to get worse. She's going to come for our org. She's going to come and take down our org. But what? Andrew's literally texting Candace. It was fantastic. Charlie's response was fantastic. She says, "Amazing. I'll share it." This one says, Charlie Kirk calls out Candace's lies. Then this happened. And Andrew says, "This is a lie." He said, "Why would I debate Candace?" And Candace says, "Dude, all good. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff." He goes, "Yeah, just flagging so you didn't think we were being little bitches about something." Too late for that. And this one was an answer to Andrew, basically saying he was at this event with Charlie. He traveled that whole week together. Charlie says he would never allow someone else to, morally blackmail him into condemning anyone. I love that about him. All this clip demonstrates is that he was a gentleman who believed a personal relationship with someone put that person off limits. He's very forceful on that point. But you might also have noticed he was scrambling to defend your very fun opinions. And when Charlie got off the stage, the first thing he asked me when he walked to the car was how I felt he handled the Candace answer. He said he knew you'd eventually see the clip and wanted my opinion on how it came across. I told him he handled it well. And then he said, "Candace questions are only going to continue the crazier your commentary got. We have to be ready for them." He was walking on eggshells, Candace, because he knew he was one clip away from you turning on him and the org. Hope this helps. And that was Candace's response, bro. She just literally showed Andrew to be a giant liar once again. A giant liar and a D-bag once again. Can you believe it? She's just going off. Oh, look, and here is another one. Here's another one. Charlie had so much anxiety about our friendship that he was the one updating me on the farce of October 7th. Really weird to continually initiate conversations with someone you're scared of. And here's Charlie sending her a message out of the blue. And she says, "Unreal. Unreal." This is hilarious. And she basically said the reason she doesn't share too much of the recent stuff is because it's got a lot to do with Philadelphia and the people that were radically supporting it. Funny memes mocking people. But with your permission, we can go max today. Do you want me to keep sharing, Andrew? And evidently, he didn't shut his mouth, so she just kept it up. Evidently, this was the first one she posted. Andrew has been recently seeding the narrative that Charlie distanced himself from me. Here's Andrew in his own words on a text chain with me and Charlie in May of 2024 denying that charge. Charlie had my back 100%. His donors were the ones pressuring him, and he always expressed to me that he thought the Daily Wire was behind the sudden push. The truth wins. And this is Andrew saying, we're not distancing ourselves from you. We have a bunch of donors that want us to, but we deal with them one-on-one, and this website is resource explaining things. Most of them are fine once we sit and talk with them. I wonder if it's been personally or DW, pretty dirty. And Candace, we're with you 100%, Charlie says. And Andrew posts, just, I guess, all these little articles or something. I don't know. But yeah. And then so Candace went max, and she said, hey, you want me to keep sharing? I can do that, bitch. And it kept on and on she goes, message after message after message, showing some of the recent messages between her and Charlie, showing that, they never really did go out of touch, and they kept texting each other throughout, and here's Charlie in his own words saying that exact thing.
I agree with everything Candace says, but you know what I don't do? I don't stop being friends with people just because people morally blackmail me. I don't do that, and you shouldn't either. But honestly, I traveled the country with Candace. I went to her wedding. I saw her meet her husband. I went to Israel with Candace, which is a fun story I'll tell you at some point. I think the world of Candace. She's a great mother. She certainly has very, very fun opinions at times, and she's a great talent. She says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with, but that's what makes our relationship and our friendship interesting.
Now, to me, it didn't sound like he was stumbling on that part at all. He just said she says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with. I don't see how that, how that was him stumbling at all. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments. And yeah, I'm gonna do my outro right here, guys, but I'm not gonna see you on the next one, but I'm just ending it here because that's what I'm gonna say in my video. So I'll see you guys on the next one. Okay, so that was my little clip about Candace that I'm gonna put up for a video. I might have to clip some other rude stuff that we say about Andrew throughout this video because we don't like Andrew. He's a giant D-bag and evidently a liar of his own admission. Like, he admitted himself he lies, and now we see proof from Candace that he lies. I don't know why these people think that she is not going to bring the proof. She has proof, and she just like, what is their deal? Do they not realize this shit? It's crazy to me. It's absolutely unhinged. He knows he texted her this stuff. You got to know you're texting Candace this stuff. Why would you say differently? Do you think she's just going to keep holding it in and never show the proof? She literally, that's all this proof of her and Charlie talking. I mean, they talk more than me and some of my friends do. And they're trying to claim they were never friends. That's insane. That's insane. I just can't believe it, Andrew that just makes me wonder what else are these people lying about? Like, what else are these people lying about? If they can lie about something that literally, if they can lie about something that can be proven, what else are they lying about? I just don't know. I can't even imagine. You know what I mean? I can't even imagine. It's crazy. All right, we're still in recess here. Oh, I think I think it's only gonna be like a half an hour left. I can't imagine them going past 5 p.m., right? I can't imagine them going past 5 p.m. in court. So they might okay, goodbye to everybody that has to go. I appreciate you guys hanging out and watching the court hearing. It's not over yet, and I'm in it to win it, bitches. So I'll be sitting right here until it's over. Right here until it's over. And then we might actually go look and see what these idiots, Andrew Corvette and Blake Neff, have to say, because apparently they're doing an after the court hearing sum up or some shit like that. And I can't wait to hear what they have to say about that. I mean, I don't know why I would bother, because it seems like everything that comes out of their mouth is just turds, total bullshit, right? Oh no, I'm not done, G-Key. I was just gonna make a video. I was gonna clip part of that for a video for my the people that don't watch the live streams, so that we can show them what happened with Candace while we were on a break here. So I just made it like I was doing a regular video in between, and you guys helped me out over here. You guys were just in the live stream helping me stay strong. Stay strong. So I wanted to make that little clip for, you know. Husband made me tea and it's scalding hot. Holy crap. Yeah, I made a video within a video. And I'll clip it later on. Hopefully. I don't know. I don't know. I might have to wait until YouTube processes this and then clip it. So it might not be till tomorrow, because an 8-hour live stream is going to take it forever to clip. It's going to take probably forever to download. All right, I see heads walking around. Maybe we're coming back. Maybe we're coming back. No, I wouldn't just end the live like that, Gemini. I have a whole outro and everything for you guys. Yeah. That was just a little thing I'm going to snip for later. Because I wanted to show everybody what the whole Candace war out there on X. But, you know, after this, I might not have the energy to even talk. I might be out of energy altogether. So I didn't want to. Figured I'd throw it in there. Yeah, the outro. We got a nice outro. Gemini says, and I literally heard you say what you were doing. Yeah, it's true. Our brains are mush right now. You're not that's exactly what it is. We're all just kind of like, what? It's crazy. By the end of the week, we're all gonna be like, we're all gonna be changed. We're all gonna be different. I just think it's hilarious that they keep coming for Candace. I just think it's so funny that they keep coming for Candace, knowing, literally, like, they just keep coming for her, knowing that she has all this information. It's like, what are you actually doing? Do you think she's really going to just keep letting you run your mouth? I mean, she does for a while, but I think it's more to allow them to lie and make fools of themselves so that when she does show her proof, they look really bad, because that's exactly what just happened. She showed her proof and she made Andrew look just like such a liar. She made Andrew look like such a liar, right? Because everything he said, she just contradicted and proved that, like, literal proof that her and Charlie were still talking leading up to him being unalived. And so Andrew just looked like a fool at this point. He just looks like a fool. Yeah, never interrupt your enemy when they are making mistakes. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. She probably, you know, obviously she learned that the hard way from having to deal with a lot of jerks, you know. Oh, here we go.
Please be seated.
Whoops. Yeah, we want this one.
Court is back in session. We ended with the
Praise his light. We're
the
back in
attorneys
sesh.
Discussing how would we like to proceed.
Karina, hi. Look at the judge. He even looks like he wants to just can end
Judge,
it.
I think
He's like,
I just have a couple of questions for Sergeant Hull. To finish out the day, I think we're in agreement that once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor? Well, yeah, sure.
You may proceed with your questions, and
Okay.
we'll take it from there.
All right.
they're all telling the judge
Agent
what to
Hull,
do.
I asked
This
you
is
earlier,
hilarious.
after you had testified about all the video that you've watched.
How does that
the
sound?
video that you
Any better?
believe, depicts Mr.
Ye-
Robinson.
Yeah, that sounds a little better. What do you think,
And that
chat?
combined with the driver's license and the
Good,
DMV
bad?
records.
Good?
I think it sounds
Whether
good.
or not you believe that that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is.
You can just be honest.
And I believe your answer was yes.
What's that?
Yes, that's correct.
You can be honest.
And then I asked
No, I
you,
think it sounds good. I thought it sounded good before. I couldn't hear
wouldn't mind
anything wrong
pointing him out
before.
and describing
But I
some of
guess
these
the chat heard it. I don't know.
And I don't believe that I allowed you.
Oh,
to
just a little loud. Okay, I can turn it down
that
from
right
here.
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I
Thanks,
note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but.
Well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Hull has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
This is so crazy.
Does the defense want to be heard?
She's like, why bother? Look at her. She's like, should I say anything?
Right. She's like, I just repeat everything I already said every other time.
Well, if, for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please
Oh, my
point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Miss Nestor and other counsel wearing a grey suit, jacket with a dark tie, and a light-colored shirt.
More like
I would ask that the
tan,
record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
I can't. I can't take it. He's identified Mr. Robinson because he's the guy sitting behind the nameplate that says Mr. Robinson.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you,
All right.
So if it wasn't
For the
obvious
purposes
enough.
of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Oh, good, we have to do
Judge, I
this
think
again
for
during the
today,
regular trial.
With Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
Oh, good. Praise
So
his
are you
light.
saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going
Well,
to
let me-
resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today.
Oh,
Without the circles, without the blur, and without the.
How about with the
zoom.
fucking metadata?
And our intent is to introduce that
this
tomorrow.
is like a novel idea,
And we just
literally.
can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right. Does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
All right. So for today, Agent Hall, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, Judge, just one other thing. And
Oh,
this
good
is-
God. This
from,
motherfucker.
I'm
Agent
sure-
Hull, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in, and if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance.
Wait a minute. He wants him to see the one that they prepared The judge is going to be ruling on this. Like, this is the part that I don't get. The judge is going to make the ruling whether this trial goes to court and whether Tyler is going to be tried with the death penalty. He said himself, it's not admissible the way it is, which means he shouldn't even be looking at it because he's the judge who's going to look at this information and decide on it. Why in the world would he look at it? Why? That shouldn't even be allowed. He should say, no, why would I look at that? Bring it to me how it's supposed to be. Why in the world would I look at it? Because he's just going to, then what, you think he's going to be able to unsee what he just saw? No, that's insane. This is crazy. And they're disrespecting this judge so bad all over the place. This is just going to get worse. They're disrespecting him so bad. They've interrupted him several times. They keep talking over him. Now they're deciding they're done with court. They're like, yeah, we decided we're done here. We're just cut it out right now. They're telling him what to do. This is insane.
Yeah, that's
you can compare.
so weird.
Yeah, it's like
the
over
judge is the one who controls the courtroom, and they're walking all over him.
It's wild. I'm just like in shock here. I mean, I get he's new, but you know what? He needs to put his balls on display and let's see him take control of his courtroom. We already had the journalist. That was humiliating. That was humiliating. I've never seen a journalist interrupt court ever in my life. That's crazy.
Yeah. And you're sure that was a journalist? That was a journalist on the side?
I thought it was. I thought somebody said it was a journalist.
In like the blue suit, right? In like the blue suit.
I thought I'm going to rewatch it and see.
Yeah. I wanna
but
know
I
for
could
sure who
swear
that
that was a journalist. Either that or it was one of the. But I
But
thought.
even still, like, he's off to the side. He's not even part of like this main group. So
Yeah, I thought
this is
maybe it
where
was
we need,
one
like-
of the attorneys just on the very end of that table that we didn't see. But then I don't know. I don't understand why he would have said that because that was the prosecutors, the ones that were arguing for it not to get seen and stuff. So for him to be saying like, no, we all should be seeing this. I thought that couldn't have been one of the prosecutors because they're sitting here saying, no, they don't, they don't want to show it to the public. So I was like, that couldn't have been one of their team. So who the hell could it have been? So I'm not even sure who it was, but it was really wild to even have anybody interrupt a court hearing. Like literally nobody talks during these. That's crazy to me. I'm in shock about that still.
Yeah.
And now these guys are like, we're gonna call it a day, judge. We're finishing up court
We're
right
done.
now. And the judge is like, okay. Like, and now he
Literally.
wants him to watch this video that the judge, he literally ruled. If he watches this, he's going back on his ruling. And that's not fair that he watched this and the public doesn't get to see what he is looking at. It's
I agree.
crazy. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm pissed off now. This is wild.
Oh shit. Snarky B's pissed. Watch
This
out
is-
now.
This is wild to me. Let's see if he agrees to this or if he tells him to go fuck himself. Let's see.
For that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit, 12.1, is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
They both need to get in their fucking microphone. We can't hear you.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull is released that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right, I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos. And then I'm happy
shocked.
to entertain the motion to review both of them. Or however the parties, I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's
Yo,
properly
that girl in the
before
green
me,
at the
and
bottom,
I can
she
take
looks
it from there.
distraught. She's
Being
like,
that
oh,
it's
fuck.
about 5 minutes, I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there.
Wow.
And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the
She's
case
loud enough
agent
without
and
the
is
microphone.
working with the state in preparing for this. But he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill. All right, so Agent, from this moment on until we
Yes,
come
she
back in
does.
court.
Yes,
you're
she
instructed
does.
Not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused. For today. All right, thank you, Agent Hall.
Man.
Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record. Court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 100% correct. She shouldn't have had to tell the judge anything like that. The judge should have known that. And I agree, Gemini, like he's not going to go home and tell his wife all about this shit. He's like, baby, guess what they did? Oh my God. Guess what? Guess what?
Oh yeah, he's calling his supervisor right away.
Yeah, this absolutely just had me. It just took me there. This whole thing just took me there. I'm in shock from a lot of this, honestly, and I'm going to have to take the time to, cut this because I'm going to go through the whole thing and just I'll hopefully the transcript will be available on YouTube and I can go to where he says like overruled. Just cut the fucking video. Yeah, because I'm just in shock that he overruled so many things. I'm really taken aback by that. But although he did shock me at the end where, he did say like, I'm not going to look at that. But then he says, well, maybe I'll look at it tomorrow. It's like, do you want to look at it or don't you? If you said if you said it's inadmissible, then that should mean you aren't allowed to look at it. You're the fucking judge.
Yep.
What are you doing? Why would you know what I mean? That
Yep.
makes absolutely no sense to me.
I mean, 5 days of this is going to be rough.
This is going to be horrifying. We're not going to
get it done in 5 days.
Yeah.
We've only spoken to 1.5 people. He's going to get called back up and the state's going to finish and then the defense has their shot and then the state has their rebuttal.
Yeah, and the state's gonna rebut because he just keeps nagging at everything. He just thinks he should have, be treated however, he just thinks his should be the final word, even when he's not the final person in line to talk. It's just crazy to me. I agree with that. That was the biggest shit show. I really pray to God that the court hearing will not be this ridiculous. If they do go to court, I don't think this should go to. I don't think one piece of evidence has been seen yet that shows anything to do with Tyler Robinson. So at least for today, we have seen absolutely zero evidence, in my opinion. What about you guys in chat? Honey, what do you think? No evidence or?
I haven't seen anything. Like, I even said it in the chat. It's a case made entirely on hearsay. It's not just we're allowing it. That's all there is so far. It's well, she said this and I got it. Okay, great. So wonderful. You got a statement, an affidavit signed. But why can't we talk to these people? Why isn't the defense able to actually talk to the person that you talk to? Like, I think that's not, I get it. It's just a prelim, but still, I think it makes it look very shady. It's just very shady.
It's paving
very under the cover.
Paving the road to like showing us just how wild this thing might turn out to be. I honestly, if it continues on like this, I could see the judge being like, look guys, I'm sorry, but you got nothing. You brought me nothing at all. Yeah. And for him to just be like, it's done. I think they're getting all this, easy stuff out of the way first, this hearsay bull crap out of the way first, maybe. I'm hoping. Because that would really suck if this whole thing is just like this. I'm just
so what I am interested though, like something that caught my attention immediately was that holster.
Mm-hmm.
The holster that messed me up because that's the first I've heard of that.
Me
and now,
too.
Like, okay, so I thought about this, right? Because I feel like I watch everything, right? Almost chronically. So do you remember when Frank Turek went back to UVU and met with the student, with like the people that were at the event?
No, I don't remember that.
So I'm gonna find it because this is definitely something crazy. So Frank Turk goes back to UVU, maybe a few weeks, maybe a month, maybe 6 weeks or so. I can't remember the exact time, but he goes back and talks to some people who were at the event. There was an older lady who stood up and talked to him, and he was very dismissive to her, very ignorant. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
And she said that when she was looking at Charlie, she felt like the noise did not come from behind and to the right, that it came from the left. There was a group of people standing there. That holster was to the left of Charlie. When that guy got up and pointed it out, it was to the left. And I was like,
yeah,
that lady getting up and being angry like that, like definitely like.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
She did say that. Yeah. And now we know there was just a holster laying around.
Yeah.
That they just ignored. They just ignored it.
Did you secure the holster? Nah. Why not?
The thing about that is if that gets put in the court hearing, which it probably will since she introduced it here, that will probably get put into the actual hearing if they go forward with it. That's going to create a huge amount of doubt. To me, that would have done it. And a lot of the shit that they showed today, that already made me doubt already. Yeah. And it would make me doubt. Like all of the things that they're showing, none of it is like actual evidence. And to me, looking at that, I would think this is such a joke. And all of that would make me doubt the validity of what they're saying about this other guy, because I would think this is just shenanigans. And so even just with that little bit that we saw, I, honest to God, if I was on a jury, would have reasonable doubt immediately already. And so I don't understand, like these guys are saying, though, this is a show hearing. This got to be just for show, because honestly, there's nothing that I saw today that is even anything near evidence that points to Tyler Robinson did anything. I saw a grainy video of headlights, and, you know, the rest of the videos was of Charlie getting the big bang, which we've seen all over the internet, which the reason when he didn't show that other one, though, that makes me very suspicious, because the one that Kelly Raybon was looking at was one of the official ones that are out there. And it actually, she took it frame by frame, and there was some weird shit going on in that video. He got blurry. His shirt got blurry. The F went missing on his shirt. A lot of things happened right in this area where he was hit, right when he was hit, and the outside of him was fine. The other parts were not blurry. He was blurry, though. You have to watch her live stream she did the other day, and she goes frame by frame with it. And so to me, what are they showing us in that video that was public, that's all grainy and weird, and now they're showing this in the court, and he wouldn't show it to the public, which I found very strange. Very weird. There has to be something that we're missing between those two videos, because why else would he say, oh no, we can't show the public this? Because the public has had to watch Charlie get unalived. We had to watch that happen. And now you don't want to show it to us in court, where you should be showing us everything, because it's a public hearing. It's crazy. Yeah. So I'm shocked that this is even happening like this. I really wish we had somebody in chat was an attorney that could give us like some bit by bit, like just the lowdown of what is this, you know? Right. Because I'm shocked. I'm shocked that this went down like this. I truly am.
Well, definitely Utah is unique in that respect, you know, where they allow this hearsay, you know, but I still keep going back to like, well, how much hearsay? Like, you still got to convict the guy on like actual evidence, right? Like, can it be
Barron's going off over on his channel? Let me put this on real quick because I don't want to miss it.
Oh, he went on at 7, right? Did he just start?
Barron, yeah. Oops.
showed up for the trial, and very little of it was covered.
Well, we're gonna have to
she
get
sort
off
of
and
had
watch
handler
Barron.
vibes.
Yep.
Andrew Colvin all
Yep.
day has basically admitted to having handler vibes.
Yes, I need to see this.
Yeah, we are gonna cut the stream because we got to go check out Baron Coleman. You guys know I love me some Baron, but please hit the like before you leave. Don't just leave me hanging. You know what you got to do. Give me some goodbye messages during the outro, and I will see you guys over on Baron in just a few minutes. Honey, thank you for popping on.
girl.
I'm gonna need some company throughout the week, so as I put the streams up, like I said, if any of you guys want to hop in like Honey did today and give us some opinions, all that stuff, I will leave the links again in the members section and over on Club Vatra for you guys. But yes, thank you so much, Honey. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, everybody in chat. I love you all so very much. And let's go check out Baron, and I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow.
It's a wrap on this life. Hit the like and subscribe. Leave a final word before you go. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you got a laugh, it was all worth it. If you didn't like it, I don't give a shit. Don't be a monster, hit the like. Help me out, smash subscribe. Turn on notifications, don't miss the show. Hit the like before you go. Don't be a monster, hit the like. Help me out, smash subscribe. Turn on notifications, don't miss the show. Hit the like before you go.
Subscribe.